Starting up this stream, making sure everything's good to go. That I have the transcoder and everything. This is attempt number 1 to get a transcoder. Oh, I got it. Good. And the kitty would like to say hi too, but he doesn't want to come over here. So, hello, welcome to stream number 439. Gonna stop watching myself. Make sure everything's running. Yes, so today, gonna work on game state and the command system. So I did a little bit of work behind the scenes, getting a little bit more of the game state imported into the database. I don't need all of it to start doing stuff like the login system. So that's sort of like the aggressive goal today. I don't know how much of this I'll get done. Hey, Aura Driven. Long time no see. So, getting the game to load the state about the players is going to be the first task. I already have player information stored in the database. So let me show you that. Let's find the database. Where did I put it? Probably put it under the stage. Stage. Here we go. So game.db, open that. Yeah, well, I just changed the theme to the hacker theme. The same stream parrot made by CM Griffing. I just changed it to hacker theme because I thought it looked cool. All right, so player data. Here it is. There are 2 players in my test environment, Raimu and Alex. So I have all the information needed here. Like this is the password, hash, and salt. And there's even the TFA secret. I don't mind showing this because it's all test data. You can see like the email is just example.com, all that stuff. So not real accounts, but the first goal today is to get this information into memory in the game so that we can use it hopefully by the end to actually log someone in and do the password hashing and comparison. Hey there, Psymaster. How are you today? Looks cool and more space efficient. I just like the way it looks. The old theme was the comic age or golden age comic, golden comic age, whatever. I can't remember what it was. And I thought that was fun, but not as neat as this one. The colors are a little weird though, don't you think? Like the green, the white on green doesn't look quite right. I wonder if I can tweak that. Maybe it's just looking weird for me. I'll have to ask Chris how to tweak that. I think it'd be better if the text font for normal users' names were to be black instead of white when the background is that brighter green. I think the contrast would look better. Okay, maybe I'll put a note here. Check with CM Griffing about the font color in the hacker theme of Stream Parrot. Yeah, I think it'd be nicer too. Maybe I can change it. I'm not sure yet. All right, so getting the game to load the state about the players. That's task number 1. Let me close this guy. So the game doesn't actually load the database at all yet, so that's a problem. I'm going to need to work on that first, I think. Let's just close everything. My work, the background green is the same as the font green. That's way dark. Maybe? I'm not sure. We'll have to play around with it and see. Okay. This is all the information available to the game server. So we have the game state. Oh yeah, okay. We are loading it from the database. We have the database here. I just don't have it reading from the database into memory. I think that's the first thing I want to add here, right? I would like to have the information about the players of the game here. Now, I'm not sure exactly where I want to put it. I suppose I do want to put everything available to the rest of the game server in here. It's just that the name, this inner structure is not published to the rest of the game server. It's this the external interface is this other structure. I'll close this guy, please. It is game state. I'm wondering if I want to expand what I had here, like map game configuration. Maybe make this more general, like map state, and like, so this basically calls a function that borrows the game configuration, right? Which is one element of what we're holding on to the game state. But in the future, I'm going to want to know like access to other things like the players. So maybe take this game configuration, maybe make a structure. I don't know. I'm running out of names. I'm already using the name game state. I don't know what to call it. Hey there, Nui and Rambane. How are you? Echo, hello. Exactly. How do you guys like the new theme? The hacker theme from Stream Parrot. And Resubaka, hello to you as well. And Mr. Halsey, long time no see. Well, Mr. Halsey, I didn't want to make you wait. That's okay. Perfectly fine. I wasn't sure how much longer it would take me to get set up. So it happened to be only a few moments. That's how things go. It's okay. All right. We're going to be doing coding in Rust today. And Mr. Halsey is one of those who I recommend you watch if you want to see more Rust, as well as Togglebyte, Ectondev, Musin, all fine people who do Rust coding. All right. I just need a name for this thing. Thing, for now. The thing, I think I just want to start with moving the game configuration in there. And then I'm going to add in players. And we're going to have, just to make it easier, we want to make a hash map from a player ID, which is going to be, didn't I have a type for that? I had a type for that. So let's promote that type up to the level we can use it here. And then we'll have just player. All right, and then this thing will go here instead. Thing. Here's the point where I probably should make a better name for it. Hey there, develop it. I'm developing this, and you're develop it. If this is the inner of game state, which is tracking other things like what we need for Raft, but that's not important for the larger game. I'm actually thinking maybe I put this back into here and just make a better name for inner. And then map game configuration could just be map inner or whatever name I pick. It's just, yeah, I'm struggling with this name here. Maybe this name needs to be changed, and I call this game state. That might make more sense, because really what these structures are two interfaces to the same thing. The game state is the interface used by the server itself. And the other interface is game log, which implements the Raft log interface I need for state replication. So, yeah, I think I want to name this thing game state and call this something else and make the name convey that it really is one of two interfaces to the game state. Then why don't I just call it game state server interface? Right? And then call the other one game state Raft interface. Makes sense to me. So how to do that? F2 from here. Game state, I don't know why I typed it again. Game state server interface. Unknown workspace edit change received. Okay, so my editor is choked on that one, so we'll just do it manually. Would it be too dangerous to do Control-Shift-L there? I guess not too bad. It's only in two places. Game state, a server interface. Okay, let's try F2 on game log. And I'm getting a progress. Oh, no, there it goes. So this is game state raft interface. Nope, didn't know how to do that one. Feels bad, man. All right, game state raft interface. All right. So as you can see here, there is a new, but it's on the server interface. So I think I probably want to move this because it looks kind of weird in that it returns self and the other interface. I think maybe it should go to at a higher level. Maybe just make a factory function which makes the game state and gives you both interfaces? Or would it make sense that you can make a game state, which is what I want to call this thing, game state. That F2 worked. Okay, to call that game state and then have it have a new, but also have like a split that returns you the two interfaces. Actually, I can't split, can I? Oh, no, I can. I can because all those two things are a shared, let's show it. They're just asynchronous reference count mutex of that game state. So yeah, we could make a new and then a split, which then takes self, puts it into a mutex, makes a reference count, duplicates it, and gives you back the two interfaces, right? Why don't I just do that right here? Why not, huh? Because I'm slow today. Okay, I want to find the new, yeah, here we go. Take this new. Take it, move it out. In game state, just collapse these things for now. It has a new already. Oh, fine. We can keep the new, but we'll make a split, I think. Or is split a good word, or maybe get interfaces? We'll just call it split for now because I've seen that used before. Split self gives us game server interface and game raft interface. Paste there. And that's the comment for that. We don't get an error for splitting. We get an error on the new. So part of this comment really goes on the new. So new needs to be public. Create a new instance of game state. And it doesn't return both interfaces, right? But it does load from the file system. And these are the possible errors you can get. Okay. So then split is turn the game state. Or, well, package, how about this? Package, split. Package the game state into, well, okay, I don't know what to put here. But into blah, 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 returning, well, in the future I might have more interfaces. Let's just say returning the interface, the public interfaces to it. The game state, okay, this is already done, so there are no errors, right? So we don't need to call new here. We just put self there. And then this is not self, it's server interface. Right? And I don't need to call this inner anymore. I can call this game state. Actually, it is inner, right? It is the inner handle. Hey there, C17R. How are you doing today? Getting an error here. I'm not sure why. Oh, because of the OK. Yeah, it's always OK. Okay, making progress. Yeah, this we don't know yet, and we don't need this thing anymore. We're going to move these both out. So let me comment out players just to make sure that this is really a refactoring step, right? We're just changing the name of things and the method in which we're constructing things. Yeah, the chat overlay look is the hacker theme for StreamParrot. So I advertise it again, shamelessly. Well, it's not mine, but advertise it's made by CM Griffing. Hey there, Sarah Ann. How are you today? Obviously, to me at least, let me start over. I think looking at the stream overlay, a little bit of work needs to be done tuning it because the contrast is kind of bad for the names. I'm doing pretty well, Sarian. Thanks for asking. I think for contrast improvement, we can make the usernames black instead of white because those backgrounds are, well, except for the blue. Like Developit's name looks good to me. And also Mr. Halsey's name looks okay. But all the ones that have a green background, like C17R, I think those ought to be... Those could be black text color to improve the contrast, right? Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. Not just your name. Well, you have a blue background, which makes a good contrast with white, I think. Master H and Miyazaki, how are you doing? It's very 90s home web page. I would like to have a font that is more nostalgic to me, like the Apple II text font, but I couldn't find it before the stream. Actually, if anyone knows of a web font that looks like the old Apple II, I would love to try it out. There's some simple formula on color hex that could branch to either white or black. Yeah, so maybe there's a way for me to configure it. I was going to ask Chris after the stream about how to set the font color in the hacker theme. Or maybe it's just something that he's planning to do and hasn't done yet to calculate the appropriate text foreground color. Yeah. It looks like the way he did it is the background color is the color you pick in Twitch. And the foreground color just is always white for some reason. Light console? I don't know what you mean, but okay. I just like this theme with the blinking cursor, and then when you type, it like looks like you're typing it. All right, so we'll add this soon, but really we're just renaming this game state for now and changing how we construct it. So I'll construct it directly and then call split. I need to fill this in. Package the game state into, how about we just say, share the game state amongst public interface. Well, I don't know how to word this. Package the game state and return the public interfaces to it. I guess we'll just say that. He's talking about the OneNote. Oh, okay. I missed that. Hey, there's 715-209. How are you today? Does it have to be web font or could it be TTF? I don't know how I would get it to work with TTF because in the Stream Parrot configuration, they just want the name of a font, and I believe Chris's code just loads it in the browser. So it would have to be available to the browser already. If there's a way for me to import or reference a TTF, then the browser, I guess, could use it. Otherwise, I'm assuming that he's just picking whatever the browser has available, and perhaps also Google Fonts or something like that. Hey there, Game Overture. Forgot to say hi. And also, great grievance. I hope the grievance isn't with me. Okay, so what do I have here? Oh, it doesn't like the fact that it starts with that. Okay, fair enough. We'll rename this. So this has just become server interface, right? And then this one just becomes wrapped interface. Fair enough. All right, and then this becomes from game state game or wrapped interface as game state wrapped interface, because that's I'm combining the fact that it came from that module with its original name. So this is a server interface as game state server interface. Okay. I have some more warnings here, I guess. Function is never used. That's right. We're going to use it, though. I'm surprised. Oh, right. We use it here. That's where the next error will be. Yes, so this is, again, is that what? No, we're using... Actually, we need both the... hold on. We need that, but it's not exported. Oh, I see. Game state. Is it because it's not public? Yeah, so this needs to become public. Yeah, because we want to provide access to all of these things to the server. We're going to do it through the map. Oh, where is it? Close this guy. Through this map. I'm going to be changing that. Maybe just change it now. How about just map game state? And this is game state. And then it's just inner. Right? Call the given closure on the current game state. Panic system of the intermediate can't be locked, otherwise the given closure could panic as well. True. Alright, I got more errors here. Okay, so this is also marked. Yeah, so this has to be public as well, but we don't need to expose the fields there. And I mean documentation. Because I turned on the requirement for documentation in this crate up here by doing that. Documentation. This contains... Actually, we don't need to expose the database, do we? Let's do that. Only expose what I want. Let's only expose what I want the realm server to actually have. It doesn't actually need these things. It doesn't need that either. It just needs perhaps the configuration of the cluster. Definitely the game configuration. I don't think it needs these either, actually. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make them private by default and only make it public when we need it. So that, I'll just wait until we get a compiler error about that. So then I don't need to expose this necessarily, right? Alright, so then back out to where we use it here. So we'll also need, not wrapped interface, server interface. Yep. We'll need that. Okay, so this map game configuration becomes map game state. Maybe just call it map, because the name of the thing is game state. That makes more sense, doesn't it? Where was it? Here. Just call it map, right? Sure. In fact, I think we want to make the borrow mutable. I believe that that is something I will need. It's not declared as mutable. Declare... Oh, yeah. Alright. What's happening? We're working on a bunch of work items today. So, I'm working on a game. Welcome, Joking Man. The game, you can try out what I have so far at that link. I am rewriting the game in Rust, and so one of the work items to rewrite things in Rust is I need to get the game to actually load state and start with the players, because one thing I can do interesting with player data is I can add a login mechanism, right? Because once we're able to load state about players, we can do comparing password hashes to see if someone gives us the correct password. Hey there, Lycan. So this is kind of like looking at a huge project with a microscope. It's not going to really make sense if you're just coming and looking at like 40 lines of my code, because there's literally like tens of thousands of lines. But just to try to give you a big picture, check out that link. You can see what the game looks like, and then, or I can show it to you. And I'm working on just a small part of it, which is getting the code in place so that I can load state about players. And the command processing is what I'm going to need to do the login mechanism. So the front end will take your username and password, connect to the server, send in the request. The back end routes it to the cluster leader because we have a cluster of game servers and there's only one that's the leader that can make command state changes. And we'll process that login request by taking the state about the player, which includes the password hash, and compare it, and then send the result back to the front end, where we have to handle the result. Like, were you able to log in or not, right? So just a quick glance at the game itself. It's a recreation of a really old game that I played as a kid, or inspired by that game, really. I'm not trying to recreate the exact game. I'm trying to make it look like that type of game. Ultima 4, Ultima 5. But it's my own creation. It's a little bit of graphics with tile art, but mostly it's going to be text-based down here. And RPG. With it being in the cloud, it becomes multiplayer. So that's the gist of it. Love the old Ultima games? Yeah, so did I. That's why I'm trying to make my own Ultima game. Send me just outline under the normal stream so you'll be on to ask later about the note you have there. Oh, CM Griffing. I didn't want to bug him until I looked into it myself, because maybe the font color is something I can just configure in the dashboard. I just didn't look yet. So I was going to look, and if I can't find a way to set the font color, I might ask Chris about, well, how do we handle, like, where sometimes the color is a little bit bad with the contrast. And maybe he probably already has thoughts about it, right? All right, so this becomes just map. And this is game state, so we'll need game state.game configuration. Well, thank you for the follow. Oh, hold on. Did I do something wrong here? Map exists for game state, but its trait bounds were not satisfied. It has to be a future? What? Hold on, what did I do wrong here? Yes. Oh, is it asynchronous or something? No, it's not asynchronous. I don't get it. What did I do wrong here? I screwed something up. It's telling me it needs to be a future. What about this? Oh, you found an Apple II font? Just converted that into a web font on a website. Oh, there's a tool you can convert something to a web font? I could try it out. Thank you for that, Master Agent Miyazaki. I'll try that out after the stream, maybe for next stream. And hey there, LG. Yeah, you can try to type commands in my chat overlay. It probably won't work, but what does this mean? The method map exists for the game state, but its trait bounds were not satisfied. The following trait bounds, that it be a future, is required by future extension. Oh, maybe what it's doing is it's confusing the word map. I bet that's what it is. Okay, so let's not use the word map because it's getting confused with the future extension. How about just, well, I can just call it that again. It's just a little bit verbose here because game state's said over and over again. It should have found it. Oh, the type is not right. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, never mind. I can call it map. The type is wrong. This game state needs to be a game state server interface. Then this should resolve. Okay. Okay, there's where it says it's private, so obviously you need to make that one public. So that's what we're using there. Okay, getting further. So this just becomes map again. This is game state.game configuration. Why I say game here, by the way, is because there are actually two different configurations. There's the whole game's configuration, and there's also the cluster's own configuration. I never finished writing this comment, did I? This contains all information needed to run the content of the game, as well as replicate it across all the servers in the game cluster. All right, and then I'm supposed to document public fields as well. This holds configuration information about the overall game. It would be a fun April Fool's joke if that worked. Yeah, if it like removed all chat. Or if, yeah, the overlay responded to some commands. That might be a fun suggestion for Chris. I could also have my bot do that. And then maybe the bot could have a way to have its messages shown in the chat overlay as if you had gotten a result to the command. Or the overlay would glitch, yeah. These are all great suggestions to give Chris, by the way. Getting a timeout for 10 minutes by calling a really bad command. Again, my bot could do that. And it would look like it came from the overlay, and you wouldn't really know. Okay, back into here. Let's track down the next compiler error. Yep, it's another map. Game state. Game state. I'm wondering if I'm going to run into a problem where... oh, yeah, here it is. I was just about to say this. Oh no, this is still fine. Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm going to run into a problem where, because map is mutable, we might have an immutable game state and we won't be able to map anything on it. Might want to have two versions of that map, one that's mutable, one that's immutable. Getting a timeout if you try to delete your username? Right. You mean, yeah, I know what you mean. It also become like maybe a kind of a cool way to hide Easter eggs in the chat overlay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Like something that moderators could type into chat and it would look like you're running a command in the chat overlay. Yeah. You have been deleted. Okay, now what type do I want here? I guess I should track down who calls this. Final references. It's still working, actually. Okay. Okay, here's where we're going to get the game state and split it. So that means that this one just needs the game state server interface. And here's where I actually make the game state. So well, I can just call split here. And then we're good, except for maybe these names. I don't know. Okay, the worker's got some problems though. Oh, it's just a map thing. Map game state to game state dot configuration. Another error up here, right? This is game state raft interface, which we use here. And here. Okay, cool. I think that's gonna work. Cargo build. You once needed to move a thing into root. You're tired and you wrote a command like this: sudo move everything to path backup. Ooh. You back up the entire file system by moving it somewhere else. Ah. What would it do with it if, like, when it got to path to back up something, would it move it to itself? No, it would try to nest it inside of itself, right? Yeah, that would be a problem. Careful with the commands like that. Hey there, Two Sounds, One Movie. I'm doing pretty well. And I'll thank you for that follow, whoever that was. Okay, I got an error in main. Okay, I didn't see that before. There it is in my editor. Oh, yep, I was wondering when I'd run into this. So this is an immutable self, but I need to map to get something. So I'm going to need to have two versions of this, right? I'm going to want one where we can change the state and one where we can't. What if we just call the mutable one map mute? Is there a convention in Rust to do that? Yes, there is. No, there isn't. There's as mute. Well, we'll just be trailblazers here. So the normal map will not take a mutable reference. The mutable one will, though. So now I got to go back probably to a bunch of places and use the mutable one where it's needed. Actually, we might not need it yet. Might be good to go for now. The only time where we need mutable reference is when the leader, the server is the leader of the cluster, and we're actually applying a command, and I haven't written that code yet. No, this is not for the game Rust, this is for the Rust programming language. So if you want to find out more about that, if you just type in Rust, you'll probably get the game, but if you do Rust learn, then you get this link. Yeah. You're having backed up essentials on a USB the day before. Oh, yeah. Well, witnessing the OS crumbling probably taught you a valuable lesson, didn't it? Okay, so I have a better interface to the game state now and better names, right? So there's a server interface to the game state and there's a raft interface to the game state. They have the game state itself. Now I think it's time to pull in the player information because we'll need that. So let's pull that in and say this holds... Is this holds like unnecessary here? What if we just say configuration information? The problem I have with that is it's no longer a complete sentence. There's no verb. I think I'd like to have a complete sentence there. This holds all information about every player in the game. Hey there, A990. How are you doing? I forgot to say hi to Gaming Drummer. Hello. Very valuable indeed. Very valuable lesson, that's right. So this is going to fail because those types are all unknown. Hash map comes from the standard library. Player ID, I just need to lift that state up from the converter tool that I had made, right? So let's do that. I think I buried it in players here, so we'll just lift it up and out. Yeah, this thing. Let's take that, take it out of there and put it into the top level library, I suppose. For now, unless and until it gets a more permanent home. So deserialize. We have to use cd deserialize and use cd deserialize, serialize and deserialize. Display is from format. There we go. Okay, and then fixing players here. This should have broken. Why is it able to find it? How is that possible? Shouldn't I need to use it from the crate? Maybe because of this other error, it's not reparsing the other file. So yeah, import it from the crate, and we need to have a player type. So actually, then instead of placing this here, let's make a module called player at this level. And we'll put the player ID stuff in there. And just do mod player. This stuff will move over to the other module. And then we'll make a pub struct player, which is empty for now. Because I don't actually need it to have anything. We'll do pub use create player ID. And then this can import it then from the crate. Okay, where is the error? I don't see it. It's down here. Self. Oh, because we're missing players. Players empty for now. Here's the code we're gonna have to add. In load, we're gonna have to load the players. So, why am I getting a warning here? Map with zero size type instead? What? Oh, right, because this is zero size. Okay, so that warning will go away when we add stuff to player. Oh yeah, the chat is just the hacker. What is it called? Brain fart. Theme. It's just a hacker theme. It was using the Golden Age comics theme. We switched it to the hacker theme. Try run options are also very useful. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so player ID got moved. Why doesn't this say crate? Oh, because it's not the binary. It actually is the library. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That makes more sense. Oh, these should have been... These should have gone with the player ID. There. From string, import that. Try from, import that. Okay, good for now. All right, main probably just needs an import. Oh, it's private. Oh. No, it's not. Why does it say it's private? Pub. Oh, it's pulling it from the wrong place. That's why. It needs to import it from game state. That makes sense. Okay. Same thing here, right? Player ID needs to be pulled from game state. Kind of glad I made those that new type proactively, because now that it's in the right place, it kind of makes sense to me that it is something we'll share with the actual game server. I'm looking at the wrong file, this one. We're going to reuse that everywhere. So if we need to represent a player ID with something other than a 32-bit integer, I really just need to change it in one place. Well, not one place, in one module here, and then everything will be able to just use what we provide here. Are structs in Rust similar to structs in C++? Yes. They don't default to public, though. They default to private. Everything in Rust defaults to private. So you have to put pub in front to make it public. And doing this, you're only making player ID public. You're not making the U32 inside public. So in places where, like I have, here's a good example, where the structure is public, you also have to make individual things public. So this This is equivalent closest to C++, where you put public in front of you would say public, right? And then that applies to everything that follows, except in Rust you have to do it per item. And additionally, for the whole structure to be usable or not, the whole structure has to be made public for the whole module. Fields and structure public to anything inside of the same module. Yeah, but when we're talking about pub, usually it's how it's accessed from outside of the module, because yeah, I guess it just follows from what Sarian just said. If by default everything is public inside of a module, we're only really annotating it for everything else outside of the module. If you have no recurring tests or your backups, you have no backups or something like that. It's one of the key takeaways of only the postmortems. Oh, because they thought they were backing up, but they really weren't. Yeah. What did I just change here and not save? Oh, that. Okay, there are some warnings here, right? Yeah, we're not using those three. Take them out. Okay, I think this is gonna work. So back in the server, we have access to, I'm not looking at the right thing. Main in the server. We have access to the players, right? Yes. So let's actually load them. Load here is reading globals from the database for those things. So for players, I think this is where we would want to do it, right? Let's just make another function because this function is already kind of large. So let's just say self.load players. db question mark function load players. Mute self db is we're just borrowing it, but it's this database, right? So it's going to be a RustQlite connection result. It's all side effects, but we might have errors. By default, everything's okay. Nothing to see here, right? Hey there, Anakim Luke. How are you doing today? You're in the command. You're in my terminal now. I have you now. You are all now just paths in my file system, apparently. Okay. Loading players. What do I actually need from the players? Not much, right? So do I have migrations? Migrations has our schema, right? So for players, I really just need the ID, name, and the password information, right? These four. Because later this whole point of today's exercise is to ultimately allow us to log into the server. So I'll need to look up your name to find your ID, and then look up your password hash and the other parameters to verify the hash is correct. So I think I can just say a db.prepare. The SQL will be select ID, name, password hash salt, password hash algorithm, password hash iterations. I forgot what the cleanest way to split a string and wrap it in Rust is. So I think I'm not going to worry about it right now. From players, that one happens to be plural for some reason. Okay, and then that, we expect that to never fail. So preparing the statement should not fail. And then we're going to do a query map for now. It might be an and then. The parameters, we have none, so that's Rust load, please. No params. And the function we're going to call for every row, we'll take that row and do what with it? Parse the various pieces, and I'm going to want to construct a tuple so that, because ultimately we're going to collect this and put it into the players, right? So I guess we can do that before we get access to the state, so let players equal that. But ultimately we're going to want to go to self.games. Oh, we are in game state. Okay, we don't need to map. We can just go directly to it. We can just say this, or self.players equal. There we go. So then, let's just put something, a dummy thing here to get the rest of the function to compile. So it would be some player ID, right? So let's just do 0, and then some player with some bogus data in it. So let's, oh, thank you for that follow. Oh, there's no information, so that's all I needed to say, right? Okay, it wants me to put it into an okay. Fine. Okay, collect. Okay, why did it not like that? Why does it say that the result... I can't even get the cursor up there without it vanishing. It says that collect, is it on an enum result mapped rows? That's why I did a query map. It should have mapped it for me. Inlay hints, please. Let's collapse this too. Oh, right, because it could be a failure. Question mark. Still not right? Is it because I don't really want to have an okay here? Oh, I don't remember this. I guess I should just look back at the code I made Monday. Yeah, it just... I don't know what it is. Sometimes I just don't get it. So I'll just have to look at the code I made before. For selects, right? So here's the select I did before, right? Oh, I didn't clean this up yet. This is a bad example. Let me use the one I've cleaned up. Like, I don't know. Character? Sure. So I did a query and then with an okay. Oh, and then I forgot the expect. That's what I forgot. I forgot the, where is it? The expect here. Parameterless query should not fail. Type annotations needed. It doesn't know what to use for the error message, I guess. Do I have to do that over here? No. But it might have to do with this okay. I don't think I want this okay. Why is it expecting a result for a query map? Oh, yeah, because it wants me to give it a result. Okay, never mind then. I thought it would get it from that, but I guess I'm wrong. Oh, it does have a result. Yeah, so I need to do a collect and then another expect. Hold on. No, that's why I had a question mark in front. It's supposed to get rid of the result. Oh, I'm using the wrong kind of error here. That's probably what it is, right? I need to do like a map error. I need to make an error like unable to load players or something. Or I guess I could use this. Just make it a game database error. Okay, so I've done this. I did this in the main load, didn't I? Or did I do it in one of these? Yes. Yeah, exactly. I did that. Or more precisely that. After the query row. Okay. Hmm. So it's not that the game... This should be like unable to load players. I suppose I don't need to format this. Why does it still need to know the type? The type is going to be this type. Hash map. Why you know like the type? Do I just say collect result something error? No, because something else is wrong. Mismatch types. Found a oh, I didn't do the question mark. That's maybe why. Oh, there. This should be Rust SQLite error. Okay, something's still wrong with this collect. Oh, because integer cannot be converted directly to player ID. Yeah, okay. That's why it couldn't figure it out. So we get it as an integer. There. So if I said player ID that, it would probably work, right? I need to import the... oh, it's a private field? How do I make one then? Oh, I can just do a try from. Sure. Why isn't it helping me out here? Try from 0. Oh, okay. And this can fail, so that's why I need and then. Oh, right, that's the wrong kind of error. Shoot. Yeah. That's not a Rust SQLite error, is it? I actually get a try from error for that. So I guess at this point I might want to make this an anyhow error instead. Hmm. You guys get good impressions of Rust when looking at the docs? They've got pretty good built-in documentation. It didn't know what type to put it into because it didn't work with it was this. It didn't know how to get that into a player ID. Ah, shoot. I guess I could just do from SQL. No, that's not going to work. Conceptually, well, it will. Let me just get it from. Why am I dealing with this? This should just get it from it. So it's row dot get 0 question mark. There. Now it compiles. Turn off inlay hints because we don't need them. And then I think it should be able to deduce the type now from the collect. Nope. Okay, yeah, it's not smart enough for some reason. It should be able to figure out the error, though. Yeah, that's interesting. It needs to be told it's a result that we're collecting. I suppose because we could collect. There is more than one alternative for collect here, other than result. We could collect into something else and then map error. Maybe because of the map error and the early return, it's a little bit confused about what the type should be, or what the type could be. What if you do it as part of debugging the next line by line without chaining? That's what I would do or driven if I couldn't figure it out. Is I would then break it up into steps, but my goal is to try to get it so I can just write a chained sequence of function calls first time through, because it would make me feel good. But you're right. A divide and conquer approach would probably help, because at that point, every step we would basically be in providing the type information, and then we would know at what point did we make a mistake in the types. I think this doesn't format because this line is way too long. If I could break this line up, I want to break it up so that there's no white. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter if there's white space. So I could just do. Can we do that? No. But you can do a plus, right? No. How is it just not have that and just do that? Yeah. Now it formats it. So there's going to be extra white space in there, but I don't really care. Yeah, so multi-line works in Rust. I guess I'm just used to C, where that would be a problem, right? Does C let you have a multi-line string? I guess it does, but I've been training myself to not like that, because this probably includes a new line and a bunch of space characters. SQLite doesn't care though, right? All right, so this should get me just the ID for now, because player doesn't have anything. So to complete this, I suppose we want to add to player the information that they're adding. So name, password hash. Why am I typing? I should just copy paste. This is the information we're pulling from the database, right? All right. These are all strings, and this is it's a usize, so I'm gonna have to do a conversion. No semicolon after that. All right. So then player needs all that stuff. So name. Actually, I can just copy this again. Right? Here, though, it's going... Oh, need to make... No, they're all public. What's going on here? Oh, right, yeah. Need to do colon row dot get some number. Right, and then these need to be in order. And this one's going to be funny because SQLite doesn't handle usize directly, but I can say isize. What was it? I forget the syntax for this. So let me see where I wrote it before. Yeah, it was try into. Oh, but we're going to have trouble with the error type again, aren't we? Okay. That's okay. We'll make another kind of error type. Yeah. Wait. Yes, that's correct. Oh yeah, we need the try into trait. I thought I already imported that. Try into. Okay. Question mark in front of that. And if we can't use context, we got to use map error. Do I care about a source? Maybe I do. I think I was doing this before. Just boxing the source. But I can be more specific than this, right? You can have a trailing backslash to remove the new line. Oh, really? So like that. And then it just puts one, I do need one white space character. Yeah, and the R would work too. And I've done that before, like in the migrations. I do R if I do intend it to stay multi-line. But this I wanted to like kind of be in memory as a single line. Hello, Sparkstein and Z3TR. I hope I didn't unlurk you by temptation of correcting me. I'm gonna give you points though. And Sarian. Yeah, hello. If you need a white space, put it before the backslash. So this doesn't replace it with a single backslash character. Good to know. Another point for Sarian. Okay. All right, so I guess we will pick the source and it'll be error. I need to invent a new kind of error. It is kind of like an unable to parse, but it's not a game global. Unable to parse. I don't know. Column? Table column? Let's have it, we know what the column is, so... Actually, I'd be interested to see if... Oh no, wait a minute. Okay, sorry, I'm only speaking half sentences and I'm stopping. And the problem is I'm not speaking my entire thought process. I was thinking initially that this source would include which column we got, but no, that early exits right there if we couldn't get it into an isize. So if it couldn't parse it from the database, we'll get a database error. But if we could get it out of the database, but it doesn't fit into an isize because it's like a huge 64-bit number for or it'll be this is from an isize, right? So if it's a negative number, then all we know is that it's a negative number. So for source, it's not really that interesting. I guess we could keep it though. So whatever this returns, the try into returns, but we won't know the column name. So I kind of want to include that then. So column name. I'm making it static because I'll know the column name at compile time, and then I don't have to worry about namespaces. And I guess message. Or context. Okay, I don't remember what I can give to this error, so I'm going to look it up. Okay, it's just from or source. Okay, so I'm not going to care about the source. I keep going back and forth. Do I care about the source or not in this? I don't think I do. Let's just drop it. Drop that. I don't know. It doesn't hurt to have it. Oh, but the problem is I might have to box it, which would be a pain. Let's just not do it for now. If I need it, I'll add it later. So it's an error, unable to parse column. Column name is password hash iterations. What if I just have reason? Reason, right? And then this could be a string. Problem occurred parsing a datum from the database. Well, loaded from the database. Okay, so we need an error thing. Unable to parse. This is where I can use the substitution stuff, right? Yeah, so I can say unable to parse column name colon reason colon, right? If I want to put it into a string, also I could do that. Yeah, let's do that. Now this is name of the column holding the datum. This provides more information about why the parsing failed. Okay, so then I put reason string from. The reason I made that a string and not a static slice is because I might in the future want to format a string there. Now that should work, right? Except for the type isn't quite right because it wants a SQLite error. So let's have it do oh, it's because these all have to be a consistent type. So I'd have to do them. Okay, that's going to be gross. I'm dealing with two different error types. But this can only be one type. I'm thinking more and more I should use anyhow. Reproducing the bug in your local environment? What? Okay. You guys heard a flute? I think that was just a beep from the microwave. But I did add that BTT emote. Oh, how do I want to fix this? So there are two different kinds of errors we could get here. One way is I could break this up into two parts, just the database extraction and then the parsing. But then that's going to go back to something that looks kind of ugly. So the idea would be to have two of these. Like that. And then this one just makes a tuple for now. And does not do the try into. And we remove all of that. Like that. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Yeah, we do want a tuple. And then this becomes just a traditional and then. And then I guess you're just saying row, and then we're getting all the gets. Just saying row dot and then a number. And I don't need these question marks anymore because those are handled by the first query and then. Oh, really? And then rows is not an iterator? Well, how inconvenient. Really? How do I do some extra chaining then to it? It says it's an iterator, so how come I can't call and then? Oh, because it's only for options and results. Okay, I'm silly. So this should be a map. Wait. Oh, shoot. Yes, so how would I do that? What are the types here again? Yeah, so it's an iterator that gives you results. Does that mean I just want another map in here? That seems kind of lame. I mean, I could do that, but that seems pretty lame. There's got to be a better way to do that. That looks really hokey. This is mapping the iterator, and this is mapping the OKs that we get from the iterator to turn them into player. This collect didn't work. Why? If I have type hash map player ID to player cannot be built from an iterator of elements of type result. No, I wanted to, okay. I'm collecting to result. Why does it say that it can't build it? Do I have a double result here? I think that's what it is. There's this okay that needs to be gone. All right, getting there. Oh, except for, okay, so this should be an and then with the result so that we can have an early return, right? It wants a rusculite error though again. Oh, because of this. So I should do the map earlier. Map error earlier. And that moves to there. Oh, wrong level. Goes in here. Get kind of complicated, isn't it? Can you just unwrap the row? Yeah, I don't want to unwrap it though. You don't need I need the okay in there if I want to do this this try here. Because what happens is we could get an error because we just couldn't load the players, right? But then if we're able to get a row, we might cause it to fail anyway because we got a negative number for the hash iterations. So either way, either path, either it's a game database error or it's not unable to parse table column error. So basically, I'm folding the two different kinds of errors into my own error type, and then actually stopping the iteration way down here in the collect. So it's kind of hard to see that. Maybe that's why I don't really like this construction. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. It gets confusing because right here the map is for an iterator, but then this map is for a result. It's the fact that we're using the same word map makes it confusing. Iterator map, result map, right? And result and then. And again, this is another result map. Maybe what you guys were suggesting earlier, that I break it up into intermediate steps, would make it more clear. So I could say, so to do that, I would maybe move this. Way down here, right? Let players iter. Players row iter. Players rows. And then that's mutable. Something like that. And then this is I actually don't know if this will improve things. I'll just give names to things. Hey there, Prof Elements 1. Giving names to things does tend to clarify things. Like the new chat blocky thing? Yeah, I like it too. I just need to get the contrast better on the names. So players row, so we get the rows out, and then for every row, we want to get, so this should just be players. Players rows dot map, and then players is players collect. Temporary dropped. Oops. Oh, I run into this before. I think the problem here is the statement is a temporary here. So we can say players select statement. Prepare it. So this part here. And then query it. That has to be mutable, but this is not mutable. Yeah, it's not going to format this for me, is it? Formats the first line, but not the second line, which is annoying. I wonder if it's because it's too long. Yeah, it's not formatting this. Have you tried flattening the iterator of iterators? It's not an iterator of iterators, though. It's just one iterator. It would happen to be just a chain, right? So, statement, and then this is an iterator, and then we map that iterator to some other iterator. There's no second level, there's no nested iterator, it's just one iterator. But the problem is that it's hard to see that. That's why I'm trying to give names to the intermediates now, so that maybe it's easier to read. Like, we could be even more clear and say that this is row iterator. and then this one is a player iterator, right? So that's a database statement. That's a row iterator. That's a player iterator. And it's really just mapping one iterator to another. So no actual work starts until we do the collect on the player iterator, right? So really, even though you might read it from top to bottom, the execution is from bottom to top for most of this. It's given a player iterator, collect it, and we're going to have results so that with an early exit. That means we're going to every item that we iterate is going to be a result, and if we get a failure, we return early, right? That's that special mode of collect that you can do. So then you say, well, how do we iterate player iterator? It's mapping a different iterator and taking the result of the first iterator and mapping it to something else, mapping the errors and mapping the individual elements of the tuple that we get back and doing a little bit more work, right? So then the question is, how do we get the row iterator? We get the row iterator by querying the statement. And for every row that we get back, we parse the column to the correct type. So this is this iterator is or this mapping of every row is converting from the database column type to the type in Rust. This one is doing further processing. I would like to combine these two, but the problem is that there are different kinds of errors, right? These errors are all Rust QLite errors, which I map to the game database error. This one is a try into error, which I map to unable to parse. If I used anyhow, I could combine these two. But I'm trying not to use anyhow because this is supposed to be a reusable library, and I want to avoid using anyhow there. Iterator, yeah. That's why I didn't put the word iterator there, because I thought it might be redundant, but maybe it makes it easier for someone to read. So then it's obvious that query and then returns an iterator. And then basically mapping an iterator. This, people should know that map will turn one thing into a different thing of the same order, right? So it doesn't consume the iterator, it just turns an iterator into something else. It's like doing a chain, right? And the collect turns an iterator into a collection. So it might be obvious for those for the name, but this one might not be obvious because query and then you might not know that it returns an iterator unless you actually followed the documentation. In fact, this explanation doesn't say the word iterator at all. You only see it if you click on the and then rows and where it says it is an iterator, right? So one could argue that it's not obvious. This is not obviously an iterator, so putting that in the name helps. Rust is a pretty cool language. That's why I'm taking a long time to rebuild all my stuff in Rust. How are you doing, Kappa Votes? Could it make sense to move the logic to the player struct and have the load players function so you can use it somewhere else in the code when needed? But this is the only place we'll ever read it from we'll ever need to convert it from some other type, though. Once I get it in there, it'll stay there. So I don't know if that's how reusable that might be. Instead of a long string literal, you could do concat. That's right, there's the concat macro. Thank you, Silmith. I forgot about that. Because concat is built in, right, to the standard. Now, built in as in it's part of the standard library. Yeah, why don't we use that? I just need to look up, does it add spaces? It does not. All right, so let's use it. So the formatter will be nicer. So then I just make these all different strings with spaces on the end. Actually, I think I would prefer to put the space at the beginning of the other pieces like that. There we go. Much nicer. Look at that. Yep, today you learned about concat, and I should have remembered concat, I just forgot. That's the thing about when you're getting more practice with a programming language, you start to like remember those things or put them in your cheat sheet or your notes or whatnot, and then it increases the chances of using it again in the future. So that is a great place where we could use it because it helps the formatter maintain the indenting. Okay. One thing that I was talking about on Monday that I might do to help this, to put this more into a boilerplate, is we could make a macro that does this, right? If we knew how many columns there were, then we could have a macro emit this stuff for us. This is all boilerplate, right? Given a statement, we're just doing a parameterless query and mapping it to a tuple and doing tries, right? And then, yeah, this is boilerplate as well. So I could make this whole thing into a macro and stuff it in place. You just have a macro here called like fetch and parse. Fetch and parse. Query and parse, right? Query and parse, and then map the output tuple to that. To hide this redundancy, because this is redundant, right? The fact that we have 0 through 5 is 0 through 5. If the macro was really sophisticated, we could have the macro take the statement string and then deduce from here how many columns we have, and it would even be able to generate things like that, which we use down here. That would be really neat. But I'm nowhere near as good as I would need to be in knowledge of Rust to do that. So I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Okay, hopefully now we get the players loaded. How am I going to test this? To test this right, I need a test database, which I could make. I need extra test infrastructure to do this. If I could easily get a database connection or a database, then I could have some test data and then make sure that load players ends up having players as a side effect change to be a map of the correct players. I think for now, though, I'm going to cheat and do the old-fashioned way, which is I'm going to just print it to the console. So we'll do that during load right here. Wait, why is that a problem? Uh-oh. Can't borrow self as mutable because it's also borrowed as immutable. Immutable happens. Oh. Yeah, okay. We don't need to pass the database because we already have it. Okay, so then I am just going to put this in here then. And get rid of that. And then we do that. Now, why is it still a problem? Found an argument. Why is it saying it's finding an argument? Wait, what? Is Rust Analyzer just confused? There's no argument there. Yeah, there's no error. Do I need to reload Rust Analyzer? Reload. Rust Analyzer needs a little help from time to time, you know? That I do have to remember that this is going to, this is a mutable call, as shown by the underline, which means this reference, we can't use the database after loading the players. Otherwise, we'll have a problem, right? If I try to do this, we have a problem because this database is borrowed from self, so this we can't do. I guess one solution would be to sever the database from the game state and then reattach it using an option or a ref cell or something. All right, anyway, I want to just do some debugging, so I guess we'll just say for player, well, player ID and player in self.players info. Player number is, just show their name. Player ID. I wish it would just auto-correct me on that. Player.name, right? All right. Cargo build. You can use inspect on play res and not sure. Do you mean what is inspect? Oh, one of those things I hardly ever use. It does something with each element of an iterate passing the value on. Do you mean when we were parsing it, or do you mean when we're just dumping it out for debugging? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, you're saying that when we're loading it, we can do an inspect and print that out. I suppose, but this will work too. I'll do them both as just a demonstration. How about that? Okay, so w package, my package script to put the build into a zip file with a certain name, and then we can go to the orchestrator and tell us to run the game. Couldn't deploy version. Why not? Oh, this happens because whenever I re-import the config file, it the version number gets wiped out. So I need to fix that. So stage config JSON. The version numbers all get wiped out here. 200 alpha. And might as well put that here on the inactive server. All right. And there it goes. So it should have printed out that it loaded the players. Let's see. Oh yeah, there we go. Alex and Raimu. All right. We have player information. So I'm done with the first step. Let me check this in. This only took me an hour and a half. It's a lot longer than I thought it would take. Story of my programming life. I think something will take a half an hour. It takes an hour and a half. So some of this was refactoring the player ID out, right? I wonder if I can extract just that work. There's a kitty cat meowing at me in the background, by the way. This was extracting the player ID, correct? Yes. Okay. Actually, I'm not gonna bother. I'm just gonna list them here. Extract player ID to the top, well, to its own mod, well, to a new module player at the top of the game state crate. Actually, I believe it's dash. Yes. That's one change. Second change, add error, unable to parse table column to game state. All right. Yeah, so rename game state to, well, yeah, game state to game state server interface. Rename game log to game state raft interface. And then rename inner to game state. Move, well, really it's refactor how the game state is constructed and then split into its two interfaces. And then add players to game state. And then make the map game configuration into a more useful map function. Display, well, log player names for debugging. I guess I can remove that now. I can just not stage that one. That's what I'll do. And I can also show using the inspect as an alternative. So let's just unstage these for now. Yep, need that. That's just turning map game config into map, and there's the new API for splitting. Yep. Okay, so this is work in progress, making game state useful in the server. All right. Oh, that one needed to be added. So commit amend. Add that one. All right. So then the alternative to that, like Z3TR was saying, is instead of like iterating it after the fact, we can just take this line and where we're parsing the, or we're loading the players here, we can do it in an inspect. So I suppose we can just tack it on to this player iterator. Dot inspect player ID player. Do that. Oh, right. So it's a result. So that means I have to do what? Might be player? Possible player? Yeah, there's the result mixed in, so we only want to do it if it's okay. So in the body would be something, yeah, so we can do it this way. If let sum that equal row. We can just keep calling it a row. Why not, right? Borrowed. Then log it. Why didn't it let me do that? Oh, it's not sum, it's okay. Cool. So that's the other way to do it, and we can demonstrate it works the same way just by deleting the original loop I had up here. And rebuilding it. And we should see the same output, but it'll be as it's being iterated, not after the fact. Package. Run. Oh, there it goes. Works too. So it's just demonstrating how if we wanted to log while we're iterating, we just tack on and you just chain in and inspect, and it doesn't change the items in the iteration. It just lets you do something with it. So this will be like a borrowed result, won't it? That's interesting. We get the item, we don't just borrow it. I thought inspect only lets you borrow the item. Huh. How does that work then, if this is not borrowing the result? How is it that we're not consuming it? I don't know. Magic. See, it does own... Well, no. Hold on. I have to go to the implementation of inspect. Okay, I have to take a quick break because I need to help Mrs. Raimu do something. So I'll be right back. Just a few minutes. Be right back. All right, I'm back. What was I doing here? Oh, I was looking to see how the, I wanted to see how inspect gets the item without it, losing ownership of the item. Is this how it works? It gets a reference. It gets an option. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I think I sort of see how it works. It wraps it in an option somehow. Okay, I don't. That's okay. I don't need to understand it. Let's go back. Anyway, yeah, that's how we would. So because it's a result, we do have to put this wrapper around it because we also might encounter errors and we don't want to print an error. I guess we could print an error if we wanted, but yeah, don't need that. That's not necessary right now. All right, so this should have no net change, right? Yep. Okay, so next thing I want to work on, track which server cluster is, which server is cluster leader. So this is because I need to know who the leader is because we're going to forward client messages to the leader. If we're the leader, we're going to handle it ourselves. If we're not, we're going to forward it to the leader. So we need to know, a server needs to know who the leader is. And I was looking at what I had written for the Raft stuff. Event. Where was it? Raft. Just follow this down. Okay, never mind. I'll just find where it is. Guess we can find it here. Server event. Yeah. The different events we can get back from the Raft server. So the election state is the closest because we'll know if we're the leader if an election state happens and we're election state leader, right? But there's no way to know if someone else becomes a leader from the events that we get back. So I want to add that here. The idea is to have a new event called a leadership change that is, whenever a server figures out who the leader is, it would generate one of these. I think internally it already knows who the leader is. I want to find out where that is. Server. Right, inner. The interior of the server. Yeah, so there's leader known, right? Looks like we don't bother to record who the leader is. But we could if we, once that, where we find that, where that code is set. Yeah, so if we become a candidate, that means we no longer consider any previous leader to be known. At the beginning, we don't know who the leader is. Right, if we receive and append entries and we accept it, then we acknowledge them as the leader. And same thing for a snapshot. Yeah, and it's used, the leader being known or not is used to know whether we should have track the minimum election timeout or not. Okay, so here's where we would like clear, initialize, and then set the leader. Another thing I just noticed is, oh yeah, because I didn't need it. If we are the leader, we don't even need to know that. So I need to track down also wherever we set our own state to be leader. Wherever we set our own state to be leader, or wherever we set this to be true, we're going to generate that event, basically. But this crate has some good unit tests already built in. I kind of want to use them. I guess I want to hit all those places, right? So the first one would be where something becomes a leader. Would that be here? Let's look at all the tests. Okay, elected leader. Let's just look at this one. Yeah, this expect assume leadership. We can yeah, expect assume leadership now. Okay, so right now it's just expecting a state change to leader. We can also expect. What we can do is we can also expect the new event as well. So let me add that here. We're gonna need to wait for both though. So let's have it remember. Let moot got election state change false. And at the end here, we will assert that. And then here we would, instead of breaking, we're going to set it to true. Okay, and then I think what I want to do is I want to turn this into a match event. Like this. Yeah, and then we'll add the everything else ignore. And it's going to warn me because it's like you could make this an if let, but this is where I'm going to add a new thing. Event leadership change. And I think we'll just want to know who the leader is. So usize is the type I was using. Yeah. So leader ID. This one has the break at the end, and so this should be no leadership change. You like that chat feature? The hacker mode or hacker theme? Yeah, I like it too. So this should assert equal leader ID should be our own ID, self ID. So then we need to add this right here. This indicates that the server, well, this actually needs to be option because we need to have it where we no longer know who the leader is. This indicates that the server has recognized some leader or no leader. Or the cluster at the current time. And yeah, hey there, Dr. Padawan. Okay. So this should be something like assert matches, I guess. Leader ID is some ID if ID equals self ID. And yeah, I'm just modeling after this, right? Server, expected leader to be self. Well, new leader is something, not self. Leader ID, self ID. All right. So all these places where we have these events, I need to add stuff to it. So like, leadership change, something like unexpected leadership change. Yeah. Should just say unexpected leadership change. Oh, I think I might have to take another quick break. Hey, do you know that Qualcomm had good implementations on half float in their GPUs? Curious if you knew the GPU designers there? Nope. Completely different department from me. So, sorry again, but I gotta take another quick break. Only a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. I actually don't even know what half float means. I mean, like 16-bit floats? I know one way to simulate that is to use Q numbers, like Q8.8 would be the first 8 bits would be the integer, and the next 8 bits would be the fraction. I know some people who worked with that kind of stuff. But yeah, I didn't know any of the GPU designers. Okay, I have a feeling I'm going to need this fragment of code in a couple more places in this test fixture. So this is the test fixture behind the consensus algorithm that I implemented. I'm wondering if this will break a few tests, because in some cases maybe we do expect a leadership change to happen. But I'm just going to assume for now that we don't expect a leadership change anywhere else. And if any tests fail, I'll inspect, well, why did we not expect it, and maybe we did expect it, and then I'll have to modify these test fixture tools. All right. Okay, so I can just go to Raft and run the test then. So we should get a test failure, because at least one test will fail, the one I made where we expect a leadership change. We're not actually emitting that event ever, so it should definitely fail. But I could also take the opportunity to fix any things that fail that are false positives or false negatives, things that should not fail but now do. Okay, we have 5 tests. So 4 of these shouldn't fail, but they did. Okay, so let's look at these. All right. This one fails. No leadership change. Oh, maybe this one, these are all okay. Yeah, all the ones that actually assume leadership do expect it now. Okay, so then maybe they're not false. So we just need to emit this event to catch it here for when a server becomes leader. So that happens when we set our own state to election state leader. Right here. Become leader. Perfect. So then all I really need to add here is self event sender unbounded send event. Okay. I don't remember what it is. It is event. Okay, cool. Event leadership change and then our own ID, right? Some self.id. Right, and it's going to warn me that it has a result that might be used. There's a way I could just ignore that, right? Yeah, just to let underscore equal. Just to say that we're dropping the return value. Because if this unbounded send is an error if the receiver is dropped. If the receiver is dropped, then there's no point in even trying to send, and we're only sending it for the receiver's benefit. So if there's no receiver, it's going to be an error, which we don't care about. All right, so run those tests again. Okay, we got a lot of failures this time. Let's find out why. This one is failing for what reason? Unexpected leadership change. Okay, so leadership change happens in this test. Let's find out why. Oh, here we go. Expect election state change leader. So we can make this a little bit smarter. We can say, if this is leader, then also, yeah. So if we can say if actually, hold on. Put a bookmark there. Where was leadership change actually used? Here. Wait a minute. We should be using this helper then from those other places, right? Because this is waiting for both. I think so. What's expected term? Oh, we need to know the expected term. We might already know that though. Okay, so bookmark there and then back. Okay, we don't know the term, but I guess I could add that. What does this do? Yeah, this ignores the term. I guess the term is sort of important, so we'll add the term. Expected term. To here. And then basically say if let election state leader equals election state, then self.expect assume leadership now. Expected term. Yep. I think that's what I want. It's just that we'll have to add the expected term, and maybe I should be adding it here too. Just so that, because we should be checking that, right? Why not? Yeah, so this, wow, that didn't get indented, did it? Probably because this string is too long. I've noticed that if the string is too long, Rust format won't indent it, but watch this. If I just make it shorter and hit save, now it indents it fine. It's when the string is too long, it doesn't want to format it. Okay, anyway, we want that code also in this function here. So this should be expected term usize and then term here. Okay. So all the places where this is used, we got to change. Okay, it's just one place. Expected term. So all the places where this is used, we need to change. 35 places. Okay. This might be a little tedious. So we need to include the, what term do we expect? That would be 2 here. All right. Okay, in these places where we do expect election state leader, I feel like we should be doing the expect assume leadership. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to expect assume leadership. And the term here is 1. You all right? Good evening, Everex. In the middle of enhancing the Raft consensus algorithm implementation I made so that it gives us an extra event called leadership change so that we can use that in the game server to know if we're the leader or not, and if not, who is the leader, or if the leader is even known. So I had forgotten to add that in Raft. I had this election state change, so you could tell, where is it? You could tell if there was an election state change, but this would just tell you that you are either the leader or you're a follower or a candidate. If you're a follower, it didn't tell you who the leader was or if there was one. So added this today. So in the test fixtures, I'm having to like check for that now. So and I'm also taking the opportunity to, in a lot of these places where we expected an election state change, we didn't say what term we expected it. So now I'm adding that. So all these were, so this should just really expect both, right? Expect assume leadership in term 1. You missed 2 hours. You don't have to go back. I just gave you a quick summary. The only other thing that I worked on was we got the game to load player state information. So here, just a big recap for Everex is in where we load the game's state. Load. We load the game state. I added this load players, and load players is going to do this database query. Just getting what we need for the players. Just their ID, their name, and the stuff I need to do logins. This part turns the select into a query, so we get rows, and we're converting the data from SQLite to Rust here. And then given all the Rust data for a player, we map it to this new player structure. And one requires a little type conversion because SQLite doesn't let you store 64-bit unsigned. The closest you can get is iSize or I64. So we have to do a little bit of conversion, which means if there's a negative number in the database, it's an error. A little bit of cleanup work. But yeah, so in the end, we get this. Oh, I'm not documenting this. Missing documentation. We have these now in a hash map based off of the player ID. I also did work to make player ID type available to the rest of the game. It wasn't there before. I also cleaned up the names of some of the types I had. This was called inner before. Now it's just called game state. And the outer are these two interfaces, the server's interface and the Raft's interface. So that's all. That's what you missed. So we're moving on to tracking which server in the game is the leader. The Raft modules know, but the rest of the game does not know yet. So we're working on making these changes so that it gets bubbled up correctly. Remember this game state in the early, yeah. So the game state in the earlier iteration, which earlier iteration? The one in Rust or the one in C++? Because there's a C++ game state too. It means the same thing. It's where we hold all the game's variables that have to do with gameplay or identification of players, a few other things like the ticketing system. It's where we hold it in memory. And the part I did today was getting it into memory from the database. So I haven't done writing it back to the database yet. I'll probably do that later today if I get to it. Might have them confused. You watch me write both. So yeah, that might be confusing because I'm using the same name for both versions of the game. The Rust version of the game I'm calling version 2. The one that's online now in production, I'm calling version 1. So if you want to play version 1 of the game, anybody who might be lurking and not know what I'm talking about, version 1 of my game is there, and this is it. Version 2 should look the same, but it's all rewritten in Rust. All right, so I'm basically following all these changes that I want to make in the where's the cursor? Oh, right there. All these changes I want to make to the testing of the Raft stuff, right? All these places where we expect the election state change to leader, I wanted to say instead expect assume leadership in whatever term it should be. Yeah, again. Expect to assume leadership term 1. Yep. These all the same. Why am I just Why don't I just copy paste? Copy. Oh, because now it's follower. Okay, but this one's leader in term 3, right? This we just need to add the term. I think here the term is 2. Okay, this one's another leadership one in term 2. Because it's term 2. All right. This one's a term 3. Why it's not always 1 is because some of these test scenarios are like you become the leader, then you lose leadership, and then you get it back. Every time there's a swap, a new election, the term number increments. It's like this one, for example. We started off as a follower of some other server. Or no, we started off at term 1. Actually, that's the index. Term 1, right? And then we had an election, so it gets incremented to 2. So that's why it's 2 here, not 1. This is a 1. All right. Getting random failures from Rust Analyzer, that's okay. It has issues sometimes. I've grown to accept an occasional issue from Rust Analyzer. I have to be careful because some of these might be expect to go to follower state, and I don't want it to expect leadership. It should, yeah. So this one, expect follower term 2, not leader. Term 7, wow, okay. So that's an elaborate test. Although it could have been that it was like start off on term 6 from a previous iteration. If I make a mistake, the test will just fail, and that's how I'll know. Quite a bit of choreography here in all these tests. Do you know which Rust issue that is that prevents you from updating Rust Analyzer? I could update, but the issue, I don't remember if I bookmarked it, but I could search and find it again. It was the one where the macros couldn't be parsed. I can look that up if you're interested. Rust analyzer parse macro. I think it's this one. Or this one. No, this one's been closed, so it's like that. I guess we could just search here. Macro. It's one of these. I just don't remember exactly which one. Actually, there are quite a few, aren't there? There are 128 open issues with Rust Analyzer that have to do with macros. So you did this search, you just couldn't find the right one. The way I would get it back again is to update, see the error, and then search for the exact text of the error. So I need to get it back to where it compiles first though. So I'll do that in a second. Looks like I'm almost done anyway. This is that. And this is that. Now we should be able to compile. Oh, look at that. We got a crash. Interesting. Anyway. Cargo build. Tests. Okay, so it's building. So slight diversion to go look at that, I guess. Actually, not everything is building, is it? Hold on. What's failing to build here? Oh, yeah, this will be to do. What to do for the leadership change, right? So this is to do. Cargo build. Okay, so the way I did it the other day is I went to WebSockets, where I've seen this error before, where I had a select all, or select. Yeah, so this would give me a Rust Analyzer error. So we will update Rust Analyzer to the very latest. Reload, fine. Game with tests, I know. Hey there, Dragon Lord Lotus, how are you doing? I try to do test-driven development for modules in libraries that I make that go into my game. It's really hard the higher up the integration stack you go, though. So when I'm integrating pieces together, I mostly just run it in a test environment, try to load or save or run the function that I want to test, see if it does the right thing or not. It's a cost analysis, right? How much time is it going to cost you to make a test versus just check it yourself? And then how often is that code going to be used and inherently tested as part of some other operation you're doing? I think at the lower level, it makes sense to have test-driven development because you can catch the bugs earlier and it's easier to make a test, but the higher up the integration stack you go, the more expensive it is to make and maintain your tests, and the less frequently you'll need them because, like, at the final integration step, you just have one product. So you just run the product and see if it works. You don't, that is your test, right? So anyway, here's the error I was getting. Unresolved macro call. So I think what I did last time is I just searched for that string here. There we go. This is probably it. Unresolved macro call. And then they said it might be this one. I think at some point they said revert to version 400 and it'll go away. Oh, there's something that would close it 4 minutes ago? Someone fixed it? What? Oh, this is a new one, though. Okay, so this might be more specific. 8229. No, this is a new one from 2 days ago. I don't think this is the original one. But they said, like, it might be this older one. No, but this got merged, too. Okay, I'm going to do a different kind of search. I'm going to search for Rust Analyzer, that, and the number 400. This might be it. No? It was either this one or something like it, where they said downgrading it to 400 resolves the issue, and they say, okay, well then stay there until it's fixed. But this one's been closed for a while, so it's probably not it. I guess is that there are a lot of places where you can get macro errors, so who knows which one my specific one is. I guess we can hope that this fixes it. I'm not looking at this deeply enough to know if they could be getting unresolved macro call for some other reason than why I'm getting unresolved. Come on, do it. Give it to me. How come it's not showing it to me now? Unresolved. So unresolved macro call. I'm getting that, but I might be for a different reason. We'll know when they fix it. So for now, the workaround for me is to decide if we want Rust Analyzer to look into here, we have to revert it back to version 400. Otherwise, the second option is to tell Rust Analyzer not to even look into macros at all. I like the idea of it looking into it at least partially, so I just go back in time 4 months to where we don't get an unresolved macro call error. Let that load and index and verify we don't get an error. Good time to take a drink, right? Well, we're waiting for the analyzer to index. Okay, yeah, see, no error here. But again, like I was showing before, like I can hover with the control key pressed and click on any of these other identifiers, but it doesn't work inside of a macro. So certain features don't work inside of the macro, even with version 400. Okay, though, let me run those tests again in wrapped. Cargo test. Down to 1 failure. Let's take a look. Oh, wrong term in election state change. Was 11, should be 2. So it might have been a copy-paste mistake. Oh, yeah, yeah. I was looking at 2 here, I guess. Pass all the tests and we're good, right? All right. So that tells us when we become the leader. But now I need a test for when someone else becomes a leader, and then a third one for where the leader becomes unknown. Sir, do you exercise? What does that have to do with what I'm doing? Hey there, define null 0. I don't think exercise has anything to do with what I'm doing right now. Okay, the right tests, let's find it. I guess I can just start here and look at the names of tests. Not sure what the problem was, but you can disable parts of the macro stuff. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Disable. The other alternative is just disable looking into the macros at all. It was a fancy way of saying, do you lift, bro? Okay. Is that a meme? Not elected leader. Yeah. And how are you doing, Manez? Hey there, Musin. Not sure what the problem was, but you... Oh, all right, that's what you just said. I didn't read who it came from. Yeah, the turning off macro errors is option 2. I considered that the nuclear option. that if I just don't want it to give me errors for macros at all, I can just turn it off. Actually, I'd probably have a note for it, but just in case I don't, because that is, I want to remember the nuclear option. Thank you, Musin. Because yeah, that just basically doesn't give me any errors. So, but a legit error I would still want to see. Like for example, let's go back to that. If I did something like that, I would want to see an error there, and it will tell me that there's an error. But I believe now if I turned, like we can test this theory. I believe now if I turned off in Rust Analyzer, I won't see that error anymore. But let's see. You're saying it should be Rust Analyzer .diagnostics .enable. Diagnostics enable is a Boolean. It's not a list. Was it a different? Is it a different one? Yeah, which key do you think it is? Probably have something to do with macros. Is it proc macro enable? Enable proc macro support. Hey there, Lumicode. Did I type it wrong? Diagnostics disabled. Oh, yeah, there we go. That looks better. I believe if I do that, it's not going to even give me, it's not going to even tell me about that, right? Do I need to reload for that to take effect? I might have to reload, right? Actually, if it still gives me an error there, then maybe I misunderstand what it's disabling. Yeah, I could be wrong. It looks like it's still telling me about the error. Then I don't quite understand what this means. It says it's a diagnostic to disable. It doesn't tell me enough information about what it means. Okay. If it's surgically precise in disabling the false positive, then I could use that one. I'm just worried that it disables things that I might want enabled. Like, I don't want to get rid of a positive just to suppress a false negative. Does that make sense? Or I might have swapped positive and negative. Oh, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, you're saying that it's the compiler telling me that. So then, if I do see a syntax error in here, so what if I use a name that doesn't exist? Is it also going to catch that with Rust C? So maybe it is precisely what I want. So then I could update to the latest. Reload. Yeah, I always forget that the pop-ups that you can see have two potential sources, the analyzer or the compiler. I always forget that. Okay, fetching metadata, loading metadata, indexing. Usually the error pops up after it's done indexing. Or by the time it's done indexing, I should say. Oh, it's still there. Unresolved macro call. Yes, I would like to open up an external web page. Now, is that the diagnostics specifically I need to disable? That? Or do I need both of them? This should get rid of that specific one, right? Okay, I put it in there, but it doesn't seem to have taken effect unless I have to reload. But you said I shouldn't have to reload. I just hit save. Maybe save was necessary. Nope, it's still showing me it. My instincts tell me that it's because I didn't reload, but I could be completely wrong. No, this is not Rust the game. This is Rust the programming language. Sorry if you're expecting Rust the game. Lamau. Okay, so I did have to reload it. Yeah. Nope. My game is nowhere near as cool as Rust the game. We're just programming this handmade game in the Rust programming language. This is a very, very retro style game. It's meant to have the same look and feel as games from like 30, 40 years ago. Completely different kind of genre. Okay, so that did need to be reloaded. Yeah, but there's nothing new, Manez. You don't need. I don't want to disappoint you. The last probably about a year, almost a year now, I've been doing version 2, which is rewrite in Rust. Yeah, so we had to reload. Question is, do I need macro error? I want to minimize what I disable. So what if I do that and reload one more time? If it's just that one diagnostic and it's surgically precise, I can live with that. And then we can be back on the latest stable release of the tool, which is preferred, right? All right. Reloads take a while. Websites should have dark mode enabled by default. Change your mind. I agree with you, Manez. Problem is operating systems don't have a standard way to tell the browser that the user wants dark mode. Some browsers do, some browsers don't. It works on some OSs and not on others. Do you think Rust will replace C eventually? No, but I think that it's possible for it to become more popular than C, if it isn't already. I think C has what's the right word? C has its hooks into a lot of embedded stuff and a lot of legacy code, and so you will never be able to get rid of it. Just like I don't think we'll ever be able to get rid of things like COBOL, right? But I think it's possible for the popularity of new C code to drop to where there's more Rust code being generated than C code. I think it's possible. I don't know if it'll happen. Yeah, COBOL's still with us. Wasn't V1 in Lua or something? V2 is also using Lua. So we're going from C++, JavaScript in Lua to Rust in Lua. Yeah, but Musen, it's only a matter of time before libc is written in Rust. Don't you think? Write it all in Rust. Okay, I need a test where something recognizes another server as the leader. I'm not seeing anything here. So I'm going to look at response. Maybe it's one of these tests. Okay, this will work. Like follower accepts leader or something. This is voting. This is talking to a candidate, not a leader, so that won't work. But maybe replication request will. This is the leader sending. Okay, so maybe the response to a replication request. Okay, there. That's perfect. So when you receive an append entries, you know the other guy must be the leader. So this is the perfect place for me to put it. So we send the server an append entries. Yeah, so what should happen first? The response or the leader recognition? I think the leader recognition should happen first. So fixture.expect leadership change. Oh, I don't have a test thing for that. I would say we'll make one up. Expect leadership change. Whatever the server's ID was. Was that this 2? Yeah, receiver 2. So it should be 2. There we go. You're learning Lua from YouTube tutorials? Hey, I made one for how to put Lua into C++. I'm not going to change your mind, Matiso, because I think Lua is cool as well. The scripts in my game are all written in Lua. One of the goals of Rust is to have it not replace, but be an alternative to C or C++, right? So you can drop it in there, yep. If you're being honest, you do game dev on Roblox, and that's how you first learned Lua. Cool. Lua is also used in like World of Warcraft, lots of other games too. Factorio. Scripts are written in Lua. A lot of popular games. Yeah, Manez, Lua is a great language to learn if you want to play around with other games that are out there that let you make mods, like the ones I just said. And I guess Java is a good one if you want to mod Minecraft. Anyway, we need to make this, right? So amongst all my test helpers, I'm going to need to make an expect leadership change. Let's put it next to assume leadership. Yeah, let's put it here. So async function expect leadership change. That kind of looks like assume leadership. So mute self, and then we'll need to know like leader ID, usize. And then, so it's going to be kind of modeled after expect assume leadership. It'll just be expect leadership change now, because we do a little bit of a synchronize thing to make sure that we're in sync with the Raft library's worker thread, because I haven't moved to futures yet completely. I have actually a dedicated worker thread to do it. All right, so this function will be pretty close to what we want. So I'm just going to copy, paste, and then change what I need. So this should be expected leader ID, or just leader ID. No, expected's good. So I don't need that. No leadership change, and we're going to ignore everything else, really. We're just going to say if let this equal the event. And we don't need we do need a break. And we do need the assert. But I don't need that. And I don't need this assert. So, yes. Get rid of that. So, not self ID, it should be expected leader ID. Not expected. Let me try to catch up with chat. You tried Minecraft modding? Is it hard? Well, it's probably hard because of Java, right? You can mod Minecraft in Kotlin? I didn't know that. There's a security network sensor that does some cool attack traffic detections in Lua too. The thing about Lua is it's really simple. There aren't very many types in Lua. There aren't very many kinds of statements. Everything is like a lot of things are modeled around a generic type called a table, which is kind of like a JavaScript object, like super extensible. You can add like meta methods to it, all sorts of crazy things. So it's like, I kind of think of it as an open-ended language, very dynamic, low amount of syntax, but high amount of flexibility. Bedrock uses C++? Right, the Bedrock version. I'm just talking about the original, the OG version of Minecraft. You need to go back and rewatch the Raft implement. Yeah, we're done with the Raft MetroDev. Actually, I only streamed the first week of it or so. I kind of finished it up when I wasn't streaming in like January, I think it was. You like your strict type? If you like your strict types, then Lua might not be a good language for you. You can't handle Lua.js, I understand. But hopefully you like Rust, because Rust is very strict. All courses start off with sending things to the console. The reason is that it's a traditional thing when you're learning a programming language. The first thing you do is you print to the console, print hello world, right? So it's just traditional. It's also very quick and dirty, easy way to do debugging. You can just insert somewhere in your code a print to the console of some variable, and then you don't need to have any kind of elaborate test harness or interface or anything. You get to just peek at the state of your code as it's running just by looking at the console messages. That's why. All right. Actually, if Kotlin is a type strict language, then there you go. Do Kotlin mods for Minecraft and you'll get the best of both worlds. Console's way, way easier compared to creating a window. Yeah, exactly. When Musen does stream, please check him out. Also, Mr. Halsey, ActinDev, Togglebit. These are all great people who program in Rust here live on Twitch. I think this is all I need. We're just waiting for this event to happen. When it does, we make sure that the leader is what we expect. There's no term here. This is leader ID. Okay, so that should be good enough, right? Where was it? Oh, it was here. Right, so this test should fail now because I didn't write the code for this test to pass yet. Yeah, so it should say, yeah, no leadership change, right? Yeah, that's true. There are even more Rust streamers on Team Rustations. Thank you, EverX. I need to add that to the command. Should I just do that now? We can do that. Close. We'll go to my game is also my chat bot, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew that. Just go to my game as on the admin console, and I go down to where it says Rust, and I type it in here. Can I remove the recently switched? How about I'll just change this to Raimu enjoys programming in Rust after learning live on stream. He also knows several other streamers who know and use Rust regularly. Check out that. I'll just strike the or there. Or anyone on the Rustations team who usually stream Rust projects. There, we'll just save that. Now we type Rust. Raimu tries programming Rust after learning live on stream. He also knows several streamers who know and use Rust regularly. Check out Mr. Halsey, Togglebit, ActinDev, Musen, or anyone on the Rustations team who usually stream Rust projects. Especially delayed. Oh, if you like the on-screen chat, the credit goes to CM Griffing, who is probably streaming right now. I have learned a lot of web dev from him. He got me interested in using the U framework, which is what I'm going to be using for the front end instead of React and JavaScript. And I've even helped out, made a few tiny little contributions to the U project. I fixed a bug in their WebSocket wrapper, and I fixed their continuous integration that was failing because of some random change in Google Chrome. But yeah, all credit for the chat overlay and for encouraging me to get more into Rust, especially with the front end stuff. It goes to CM Griffing. Yeah, I switched the theme to this new hacker theme that he added recently. Yeah, Menez, if you want to know more about what you can do with JS, this chat overlay is all written in JavaScript. And CM Griffing will teach you, demonstrate that and help you learn it if you check out his stream. All right. Running this test again? No, this test is failing. I need to write the code to get the leadership change to happen. So let me bookmark this test because we'll come back to that. Don't need these other old bookmarks. Okay, so then back to where we were setting the state to leader, right? No, election state. It was probably this one. Yeah. That's where we become leader. It would change, not change, is it change election state? Is that what I want? Might be what I want. Candidate follower. Oh, no, it wasn't this. It was another variable I had called, where is it? I don't see it in my list. Okay. It was leader known or something like that. Yeah, there we go. So here's one point where we know who the leader is. There's another point. Which one are we testing in here? Append entries. Okay, so the correct place to change it is once we know that, so we know, not only do we know who the leader is, we can now emit the event that says who the leader is. So event sender, unbounded send, event leadership change, some number. Ignore the error because if we're only doing it for the receiver's benefit, if there is no receiver, then we don't care. And then who is the leader here? It's going to be the sender. There we go. I did it. Back to the test. Now the test should pass. Shift F12 will let you view all the... See, there you go. If you want to... Oh, I thought you were talking about something different. Shift F12 will let you view all the calls of a method if you're on it. I don't know why, but I've been more comfortable with just right-clicking and doing the finding in here. Yeah, it says Shift Alt F12, right? And then Alt... I don't see Alt F12. Yeah, but Shift F12 is to go to references. I've been doing find all references. Alt F12 doesn't show up here, probably because we would have to... it's only for peaking, and this is actually all the non-peaking stuff, right? Where's my F12 key? It's way over there. Well, there you go. That's where it's defined. The all references lets me see not only where it's defined here, but also where it's set. So the test I modified covers this, but I also want to cover snapshot installation. So that's going to be here somewhere as well. Need to find it. Something that has to do with snapshot. Oh, here we go. Follower install snapshot. It's probably this, right? Yep. So the moment we receive this install snapshot, we'll know that we should be a follower of that server. Actually, I could just replace this synchronize with a expect leadership change. Oh, wait. And then it's 6 is the leader. So that'll work, right? So this should fail because we're not getting that event yet. No leadership change. I know my head's blocking it, but it says no leadership change. You know, one trick I've been using more and more, Musin, that you taught me was if like you're in some kind of context where you don't, the type is not immediately obvious and you just want to quickly check to see what that type is. Like, you know, what is decision, right? I could say that, something like that, and then rely on the compiler to tell me, oh, it is a server inner request decision. That's really handy if the inlay hints don't work. And the way the Musin had taught me was to make a generic that doesn't assert, and then the compiler will say, well, for that generic to be usable there, it has to implement a certain trait, right? If you want to see if something implements a trait or not. But it's the same kind of thing. It's like you arrange it for it to only compile if a certain assumption is true, and then when the assumption is false, the compiler tells you what the assumption should have been. Or when it fails, the compiler will tell you what the type, either what the type needs to be or what trait needs to be implemented. I think those are nifty tricks that the Rust analyzer should be able to do for you. Although, because it requires the compiler to go attempt something, I guess it's not efficient. But wouldn't it be cool if you could hover over something and it tells you not just what the type is, but it can see all the traits that it implements? Or alternatively, hover over the right side of an equals and it would tell you all the types it could be. You know, all the traits, all the types that implement the trait that's required. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Anyway, this is the place I needed to modify, right? Here. Not only do we become a follower, we recognize the leader, right? So that would go here. Event sender unbounded send event leadership change some sender ID. Let underscore equal that. This underscore, it gets crapped on all the time, right? It's equal to everything. It gets all the results that you don't want. All right. Bookmark that back to the test. We don't need that one because that one's passes. Actually, let's just run it to make sure I didn't break anything just now. Pass, okay. Here's the one that was failing before. Now it passes. Let's just run all of our tests here. Oh, I broke some stuff. Probably because they're seeing unexpected leadership changes. So I'm probably going to have to fix that, right? I bet this is seeing an unexpected leadership change. Yep, unexpected leadership change. So we need to teach this test to expect a leadership change. Where would that happen here? Expect election? Oh. New election after new server config. Wait, what's this test trying to test? Why would it matter if the server configuration changes? Oh, I think it's testing that these configuration items are actually used because this uses them. This one, right? Yeah. This is checking that the election timeout duration is within expected. Okay. So then it's just random that, yeah, okay. So then, yeah. We should just expect a leadership change to sum 2. That should fix that test. So I'm gonna have a couple cases where that happens, right? What? Oh, it's not. Is it not? No, it is. Oh, wait. That's wrong. That should be option. And that sum should not be there because I wanna reuse this for when we no longer know who the leader is. Yeah, I need to make this an option and remove the sum. Watch out, Musin. One of those commands might actually work. Hey there, Mr. Balrog. Yeah, what do you think of the hacker theme from CM Griffing? Stream Parrot and CM Griffing are who you want to thank for that coolness. Just need to work on the up there, the names. The contrast of the names isn't the best. That might be my configuration, or it might be some feedback for Chris. Okay, so I need to go and hit all the places where that happened. Yeah, so this is now option size. All right. That's where we was correct. Here's where it wasn't correct. All right. I'll run that test again. Actually, this test succeeded. I didn't put a bookmark on it, but the test that broke. It was this one, right? Run that test. So now that passes. So I probably just need to go through this whole list here. Oh, there's 12 of them? That's going to be kind of painful. So now we're probably down to 11, right? Yep. It's going to be somewhat painful. All right, where do we expect a leadership change? Actually, right here. Right here. Sum 2. Oh, wait. Probably just put that in the clipboard, because that's going to fix that, right? Okay, next test. Ignores vote request. This one. Yep. So this append entries is just to make sure that the leader is known. So it makes sense that we would want to expect a leadership change there. All right. Could do some RGB to HSL to determine. Yeah, I've heard Chris talk about that stuff before. That you could either have an equation, a mathematical equation to tell you, given an input, you know, which of two binary outputs you should pick, or actually it could be more than two. I've heard him talk about that thing before. English is hard. Need a better type system. Yes. When we all get microchipped, we'll all be talking in Rust, right? Okay. Next one. Leader. Okay, this is a replication request. Leader no op. No, this one. Yep, right here. Next. Application response. That's where all the rest of them are. Candidate reverts. And this one. Yep, append entries, exactly, right here. 6 this time. Actually, I'm not even going to run that test yet. I'm going to fix all the rest of them. Rejects appended mismatched. Let's just look for mismatched. Mismatched? This one. I wonder if this being copy-pasted a lot could just be put into a helper. Previous term, this one. Yeah, because these are all the same. Really, it's a lot of code, and all it really is doing is just establishing that the server is following someone else. That's all that is being used for in these tests. There's 2 matches. With no comment base. Actually, they both are named that. Oh, it's heartbeat and... Okay, both of these actually need to be fixed. This one first. Yeah, this is just boilerplate. Maybe I should add a note to go back and fix this. To do... see if the boilerplate code in the raft tests, which just establish that the server is following a leader, can be extracted to a common helper. All right. Next. Because it's all the same. You can see it's always an append entries. We really don't care too much about it. Maybe the log is different. I don't know. And then we expect the leader to change, and we expect a response of some kind. Replaces this one. Yep, same thing. Establish that there's a leader. This one happens to be 6 instead of 2. Yeah, Musen, I don't think it would be too complicated. I just think either I didn't enable it or Chris hasn't put it in yet. That's usually the answer I get when I find something with Stream Parrot I don't like or is not there yet, is he'll say, well, yeah, it's on the list of things to do. So, and I can be patient. Let's see, leader revert. This one. Yep, same thing. Expect change to 6. Okay. 1 failure. I missed it. Follower match this one. Yep. Some 6. Okay, passing, we're checking 2 out of 3 of the possible sources of the event. There's the last one, which is that if the leader is no longer known, so leader known, because we become a candidate, right? So here, we don't recognize the previous leader anymore because we become a candidate if the election timer happens. Basically, we didn't hear from the previous leader and it's been too long. We're going to say, okay, there's no leader. Let's start an election. I'll be the candidate. So at this point, I am going to want to insert code here, but I want to test first. The code needs to send an event that the leader is unknown now. So let's remove all the other bookmarks. Okay, so I guess I'm just looking for a place where the leader was known and no longer is now. Even you can't remember, even if Musen can't remember it, no one can. Can't remember the name for the syntax. If those arg struct impl default, you can use functional record update to make them simpler. Yeah, I've seen that syntax before. Exactly. So in the helper, I could just pass what's different between them and then use the record update to plug in the boilerplate part. Yep. I think it's called... Oh, I've forgotten what it is. Is it interpolation or is it... Yeah, they're called uhs. Exactly. You could probably find it in, if we look up in JavaScript, because it's used a lot. JavaScript double dot. Object expansion, maybe? I'm not... Oh, spread. Is that the name that we want? Spread operator? Because it's used in the same way, right? Combining objects. I think that's what we're doing. Yeah. I think it's called spread. The spread operator. Because you're spreading out what is in the right-hand side of the dot dot to fill the context. So is that it, Musen? Would you call it spread syntax? I guess I can look at see if I guessed right. Rust spread operator. Yeah, someone called it the spread operator. Acting like the spread operator. You could think it's similar to the JSON spread. They're saying the overall thing is a struct update syntax, but they're not answering the question, right? I'm gonna say it is the spread operator. Here's a Reddit comment talking about it. Oh, be careful with those commands. Huh. Maybe they don't use it in Rust. I guess it's known in the JavaScript world as the spread operator, but I don't know if Rust. Funny thing about Rust community is that they don't always adopt the same language. Well, the overall thing is the struct update syntax, but Musen's talking about like the sub syntax that's just the dot part. Right? What is that? What's the name for that? And I think the closest would be spread, the spread operator. Yeah, the overall one is that. Yeah, let's see if they list it. Thank you, get off my lawn. Get off my lawn, you damn kids. They attach a name to it. And the rest pattern binding is what they have for the explanation. But they don't give names for these either, right? Struct literal update syntax, but technically that's not just this sub-syntax, is it? I don't know. Are we splitting hairs? I think we might be splitting hairs. That's okay. All right, here's where I want to add some code, but I need to test for it again. This would be where we time out. So it's going to be an election request, right? It's an election request when a leader is already known. I don't know. Maybe this one? Because it did start with expecting a leadership change. Actually, we could use this. So actually, it should be part of the whole expect election thing, right? Sometimes. If the election, actually, the initial case would be if we go from none to none, do I want an event? It wouldn't matter if we had one. Why don't I just add one? That's the simplest. So we could just, any expected election, we would expect the leadership change event. So where's that? That's the trigger. It must be this one. It would be part of expect vote request, wouldn't it? Maybe. Where are all the places? I only use it there. Okay, that's probably it then. But this is done in a loop. Okay, so this is probably the right place. So right before the votes are requested, we would expect the leadership change. Yeah, we should expect that right away. So self.expect leadership change to none. That's what I want to put, right? So that'll break a lot of things. Everything that involves an election happening is going to break now. So 46 failures. But if I'm thinking about this correctly, the fix is just right here to do a let underscore equals self dot event sender dot unbounded send event leadership change to none. That should fix it. Let's see if I'm right. I'm not always right. In this case, I was right. Okay, everything passed. It gets optimized nicely. You're playing around with different ways of doing builders and stuff. And builders and self, new, dot, dot, self usually gets optimized to just a register swap. Probably because it's just doing a merge, right? Of two things. And it knows at compile time how many things need to be copied from one to the other. And if it's consuming the right-hand side, it can just reuse it, right? And just fill in what's new. Struct expression can terminate with a dot dot to denote a functional update. The expression following the base must have the same struct type. So, I don't know, Silenzy, maybe. Yeah, merging the new self with the old self could just be reusing the self. It's basically syntactic sugar for assigning things that are different from the base. What is your opinion on AI that can write code? That it sounds kind of cool, but is in the realm of standard intelligence where we're not at yet. We're at targeted intelligence. And when we get to the point where we're writing standard intelligent or normal intelligent AI, then we got other problems to worry about, like what rights does that AI have? Unless you're talking about a very targeted kind of code. If you're talking about generic code from an abstract concept, then we're talking about an AI that's as smart as a human, right? Or if we're talking about AI that just generates a targeted kind of code, I think that already exists, doesn't it? Writing AI would be sick. You should look into machine learning, because what AI already does now, you might consider part of that as a very targeted kind of code writing, right? I mean, AI the way an AI learns is it recodes itself. It's just that the language is just its own internal structure. It rewrites itself. /S is sarcasm, yes. Sarcasm, satire. Satire is a little bit different from sarcasm. Generative programming uses evolutionary algorithms to generate code until it gets the result you want. Yeah. It's just that a lot of the AI that happens today is very targeted. When we get to AI that's more general, then we're going to have more and larger philosophical issues. And if we ever get to the point where we're making super intelligences, then we're really in trouble. I was watching a YouTube video the other day that talked about that. All right, I think I'm done. I think it's time to check this thing in, that we now have a mechanism for getting leadership change notifications. So, not cola. So, there's the new event. There's where we're sending it from 4 different places. There are the modifications to the tests to see it and deal with it. And here are all the places where we should expect it. Yeah, looks clean to me. So that one. So add event for when cluster leadership changes. Commit that. And this is open source, by the way. If you want to see my Raft implementation, it's https github.com/rimo8354/raft. Back to the non-open source stuff now. That's the next thing on the list of things to do today. How am I doing? 3 hours, 15 minutes. So I've done this much in 3 hours and 16 minutes. And once again, I way overestimated what I'd be able to do. Okay, add the method of forwarding client messages to cluster leader. Do I need that at this point? I don't think I do. I think we'll move that to here. And do this next. So the command processing infrastructure, basically a way to deliver a command to the Raft and being able to, once the log gets committed, to actually apply the commands to make state changes. I think I had this listed before because the way we'd generate a gain command depends on if we are the leader or not. If we're the leader, we would deliver it straight. If we're not the leader, we would forward it to the leader. So actually, maybe this does go first. But I need some kind of message to handle. So maybe I need to do some of this up front, and we'd maybe just design the login system at the front end first, because then we'd have a command called login, and then I could just route it to the correct place. That seems good to me. So I'm going to do some of this now because this will then turn into a command that we'd either want to forward or deliver to Raft directly. Any tips to get started programming? You may have gotten this. I get it from time to time. I always recommend you take a look at things like freecodecamp.org, especially if you're interested in making web apps or websites. What do you think of the one Family Guy episode where I actually don't watch the Family Guy, so I missed that, Manes. But yeah, about getting tips started. I think I also have a learn. There we go. Where does that actually lead to? I think that leads to back to my notebook. There we go. So yeah, I have a big notebook page, which is inspired by Adam13531, who is another Twitch streamer. So yeah, I can go over really quickly. Advice on learning programming is first figure out, are you doing it for a job or is it for a hobby, and what do you enjoy making? Because this will steer you towards the right programming language for you and the right learning style too. So if you want to get into machine learning, for example, learn Python, right? JavaScript is what you want to pick up if you want to do stuff on the web. It's also a relatively simple syntax. It's widely available. It's pretty popular. Lots of jobs. So if you're looking to get into programming for a job, JavaScript is probably for you. If you want to get into like Unity game dev or Android app development, C#, Java, or I guess I should add Kotlin to this list. So yeah, once you figure out like what you want to do, what you're doing it for, then that might guide you towards like what programming language to pick. And I need to update this because this should say Rust now. Yeah, so I think I recommend it. I don't have the free code camp here, but if you're looking for like book learning, JavaScript, the good parts, you don't know JS, are good for JavaScript, C++. There's a beginning C++ through game programming, which I've heard is good. Scott Meyer's books are also good. I don't have any book recommendations for C#. Python, Automate the Boring Stuff with Python is a good book. But yeah, freecodecamp.org could be just something to check out because it's free. You can just see if it's right for you. A lot of it's going to be what style of learning works for you. Reading from books, going through example code, doing tutorials, watching YouTube videos. They're all different ways to learn the same thing. Would that work in real life, and would it be ethical? After reading your description, I get the feeling you can guide me. Well, hopefully this gives you some starting point or stuff to think about. Any tip for remembering? Remembering is only if you need to memorize things. And you don't really need to memorize everything. You'll see me when I'm working, I constantly have a browser tab open to the documentation for the libraries that I use. So I don't remember stuff like how to use iterators, because I can just, with a few clicks away, I can just refresh my memory. Like, oh yeah, iterator is calling next, and you get an option, which means you'll get, if I don't remember what option is, I click that, and it's like, oh, option is either something or nothing, right? So a lot of the time in programming, you don't need to remember things specifically. You just need to know the technique to get the information that you don't bother to memorize. You do need to memorize certain core fundamentals, though, and I would say the best way to remember is to just repetition. You just do the same thing a lot over and over again. So find something you like about what you're learning. Like if it's programming, maybe you like making little games. So you just make lots of little games, and over a while, you'll start remembering the things that you're constantly having to do over and over again. Learn and memorize things through repetition is the best way, I think. To actually either, whether it's to do it, to look at it, to read it, it depends on your learning style. Try them all and see what works for you. Hey there, Bivriel. Instead of trying to remember anything, treat your memory more like an index and how to refresh that. The best advice I can give you is to develop the skills to look things up. So find the documentation for what you're using. Know how to use a search engine that you can look up Rust language iterator And then you start clicking through, and you'll find tons of things. There's videos on iterators. There's like the documentation pages. There's a GitHub about using iterators. If you just get used to like knowing how to find information, you don't have to remember quite as much. You need to be good at math? No. You don't have to be good at math for programming in general, but certain kinds of programming, like if you're going to write your own 3D engine, for example, like 3D game engine, you'll probably want to know linear algebra and trigonometry, because those are core fundamentals. Because otherwise you're going to have a hard time even keeping in your brain the concepts of how do you move a camera around, right? It's a lot easier if you know trigonometry and linear algebra, because that's how you translate concepts like rotation into coordinate systems, where it is in space. Hey there, Perry. Are you attempting to use my shell? It's too sophisticated for just DOS. Write a generalized vector. Write a vectorized math library whenever you write a game. That's if you want to. But even to use a math library, sometimes you need to know certain concepts in math. Like you'll need to know that affine transform, for example, is a matrix that you multiply a vector with to do stuff like rotating it, translating it, moving it around, scaling it. You'll need to know that concept just to know what function in the math library you want to call. You don't have to be Einstein. No, you don't need to be Einstein. We stand on the shoulders of the people who came before us, the people who wrote these libraries, the people who figured out the math in the first place. You don't need to relearn all that stuff unless you really enjoy that. I happen to be one of those weird people who likes to write things from scratch and figure things out myself. But most people will just pick up what other people have made and then build new things on top of that. You have an old C++ compound interest calc you made? Not right now, Manez, but you're welcome to share it in the Discord. Even matrices are mostly abstracted away. Yeah, but you need to know what function to call in the game engine. So someone who knows very little math and wants to make a game might end up very bewildered and confused about what function do I call. I want to make my character turn around. What do I do? Right? So knowing a little bit of the math will let you at least know what words to search for in the game engine's interface, programming interface. All right, I'm moving on to the next thing, which was to, I'm going to jump to this. I want the front end code to do the login system. I hope I didn't miss a bunch of chat. Chat was getting kind of busy and I probably missed some stuff. Oh, the gremlin asks, is it good to always depend on libraries without knowing what they do or how they work? No, it's not good to depend on it without knowing what they do or how they work. You should at least know in general what they do and how they work at a high level point of view. Because if you don't know anything about how something works or what it does, you won't know if it's right for you. You'll just be guessing. So it's always good to know at least something. You don't need to know everything, just the very basic, like high level stuff, which you can get usually by reading the README. If like I had no idea if I want to use Rust QLite, right? Well, I can go to the Rust QLite README and say, oh, it's a wrapper for SQLite. It works like Rust Postgres. Here are some of the features it has. Here's how you would use it. And then I would read through that for a few minutes and then know, okay, is this what I want? Is this going to solve the problem that I have? Sure, because I want to program in Rust and use an SQLite database. This will work for me. I don't need to know how it builds SQLite, which is in C. It sounds interesting to me, like how do they import C code and build it into Rust? But I don't need to know exactly how it works. I just need to know that it does it because it's what I want to happen, if that makes sense. All right. Sorry, I'm keeping bouncing back and forth. I'd like to answer questions, but I also like to make progress on the work. So we're going to work on the front end, which means I need the back end to be running, which I can do if I build. I'll need to redeploy the back end, and then we'll boot up the front end and make sure it still works. Sound like a plan? So package into Rust the built game, and then stage run it. Hopefully this doesn't crash. Looks like it's running. So then in another terminal, I'm going to go to the UI and do npm run dev, I think is what I called it. Sorry, commands don't work up there. It just looks like they'll work. It's the hacker theme for chat. I think it would be cool to have some commands actually trigger the bot to pretend as if you ran the command. Working but bad compound interest calculator in 83 lines. That's not bad. Localhost 8080. Oh, it's still building. Still building, so this isn't going to go anywhere. Hey, it's compiling. It's an excuse to hydrate. Don't you think so, C17R? If we just had the bot respond as if your command actually got executed somewhere? That might be a fun stream game. That in chat you could put commands that the bot would actually execute in some sandbox environment. Actually, there we go. We would have the bot sit in the sandbox environment and expose some of its API through commands that look like you're typing them in chat up there. If you wasn't stupid, you could have made it in 50 lines probably. I think the word you were meant to say was ignorant. Gotta be careful with that word stupid. Stupid means like that you should know better. I don't think it's that you should know better, it's just that you don't happen to know. Just make a bot do command new read user input output expect lol. Oh hey, our front end should be running now. And there it is. So this is a front end app built with built from Rust. I should do a quick intro of this because it's relatively new. So, using a few tools here, and CM Griffing made an excellent intro to this. There are a few tools to get out of the way in the explanation, so let me find it. So, ultimately, we're writing the code in Rust. So, the code starts out here and has a main function. Well, it has a run app function. And it's going to look kind of like other web dev environments or frameworks where the app represents like the root node of the web page. And, oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. It's generic over the type of the root component that you want to have. So in this case, our component is going to draw this HTML. The very outermost, right? It's going to be a div with something else in it, which that thing depends on what activity we're doing. Are we sitting outside the game? Are we playing the game? Are we logging into the game? So different activities, right? You can see what looks like HTML. It's actually close to HTML, but it's used in a macro. It's very similar to JSX, which is what React uses. So anyway, some clues here. Wasm bindgen. This is used by the Wasm bindgen library and the tools which use it to form a mapping or a marshalling layer or an abstraction layer, shim layer, whatever you want to call it, between our function in Rust and the caller of the function, which is going to be in JavaScript, which is sitting out here. This thing calls run app. It can find run app because the Wasm bindgen library makes a dual Rust JavaScript shim layer. It exposes the symbol to JavaScript, and it's called in JavaScript. It goes through that shim layer to call into the Rust function. Now, to get it running in the browser, the Rust has to be compiled into this Rust has to be compiled into a form that will operate in a browser. So your choices in the browser roughly are JavaScript and WebAssembly. And that's what the WASM stands for, WebAssembly. So I use a tool called WasmPack. And I run WasmPack through Webpack. You might know about Webpack already. Webpack is just a JavaScript library that you can use to make a JavaScript library meant to be deployed onto the web, right? So you can make plugins for it. One of the plugins is Wasenpack plugin. It says, what it does is it takes a crate that in a directory you specify, which can be the same directory, and it assumes that it's a Rust crate, and it compiles it to a WebAssembly target and packages it with a little bit more of the JavaScript glue to make it interoperate with other JavaScript packages. So when I run Webpack, it runs the Wasenpack plugin, which compiles the Rust crate into this intermediate package folder. So this will have, in the index of that folder, it's going to import all of the compiled WebAssembly, which we can't look at because it's bytecode. And oops. Anyway, import the WebAssembly, and then it's going to export the glue code for it, which is also auto-generated. This is there's a ton of like glue. But if you look at any of the specific things, a lot of it is just making functions that are helpers so that we can interoperate between JavaScript and Rust. I don't understand it very closely. I just take it for granted that it makes this package out of our WebAssembly with some JavaScript wrapper around it. And then that gets pulled in our outermost JavaScript imports that package and expects to find this run app, which will be there because when we compiled our crate, or when we specified our crate, we use this wasm bindgen to make sure that this function appears in JavaScript. Pretty cool, huh? So, a lot of chat. Did I miss any questions? I don't think I missed any questions. The wasm bindgen stuff is pretty neat, yeah. Yes, so my understanding is wasm bindgen is the lowest level. It's just interoperating with JavaScript and Rust. So on top of that, we, like what Musen just put in chat, there's JSys and WebSys. JSys is a library on top of wasm bindgen that gives you access to all the JavaScript APIs that are universal. WebSys goes on top of both, and it gives you access in Rust to all the APIs for the web, so everything you get in a browser or any other kind of web-like environment. So I use that quite a bit in the front end here. So for example, where I'm importing things from like the crypto key, for example. This type crypto key is from WebSys, and it represents crypto key from JavaScript. So if I click on that, you can see the actual documentation is in MDN because it's really a JavaScript object. Wasm bindgen and the generated code from WebSys really just does basically it's like a foreign function interface. It says you'll be able to find this type as if it was external, like through an FFI, using bindgen, wasm bindgen. And through the magic of wasm bindgen, it'll find through the wrapper that is generated for it, it'll end up finding at runtime the actual APIs in the browser for it. Yeah, WebSys is the browser APIs. JSys is the universal JavaScript. Everything like, so you could have JavaScript outside the browser, and JSys is what you'd use for that. And I think don't I use JSys directly here? Maybe not. Anyway, so all the code I'm doing here is in the front end, but it's still in Rust, which is pretty neat, I have to say. I think the first thing I'm going to do is enable the login button, because if I click this, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything at all. Oh, I should test to make sure I didn't break anything. So this should still work. I should still be able to log in as an admin, and I should be able to get the graphics to work. Great. Yes, so the backend will say we are connected in terminal 1. Yep, successfully authenticated. Look at that. So we're going to log out, and then they log in as a normal user. I want that button to work, right? So the way we do that with the U framework, it's a neat little Rust crate that works with the WebAssembly libraries. to let you model your application using a model view update, so MVU. So this model is implementing the U component API to give you some workflow methods. So create is called first, and that gives us our props and this all-important component link, which is our way to go back to the framework to do stuff like register callbacks. Update is going to be called whenever we receive a message, either externally or from ourselves, and that becomes very important when we talk about the button being pressed in a second. Change will get called if our props ever change. In my case, the props never change, so not only should I return false, I should probably have a call here saying that it's unreachable, or shouldn't be called. I was doing that for some of these other components. Let me find it. Where was it? One of these was unreachable. Maybe it was here. Did I have it in there and then I took it out for some reason? I can't remember now. Oh, here we go. Unreachable. So use this unreachable macro. We might as well, right? Because it's not possible for our props to change at the very top level. Because our prop is our environment structure, which is static. So change should never be called, so I might as well just say it's unreachable. Control Shift brackets to fold unfold. Yeah, I'm just used to doing K0 KJ. Kind of disappointed you haven't seen a Mr. Balrog U pun yet. I think Mr. Balrog is formulating the perfect response to that. And if you want the highest quality Mr. Balrog, we just have to be patient. Now make a C4 diagram of this solution. I missed that. Haven't touched C++ in like 3 years. I haven't touched C++ in like 6 months. I probably should work a little bit in C++ so I don't lose some of the things that I've memorized. That's another thing about remembering and memorization. It's like currency. It has value. It makes you more efficient, and you can lose it if you're not careful. But you don't always need it. If you don't use it, you lose it. Yep. I don't want to lose all of it. I can afford to lose some of it because I can just get it back by learning again. All right. So yeah, our change is unreachable because we'll... let me try... Let me practice with what Musen was saying. Control Shift. Yes. It's not a natural key press for me, though. I'd rather just click on these arrows. Anyway, I covered create, update, change. What view is whenever our component is asked to render into HTML. It calls this and expects some HTML out. Usually we'll have at least one HTML macro notification, but it might have some nested ones like we had for this activity. So depending on the activity, we have alternate HTMLs, but we have an overall structure. So the normal workflow is that your component will get created, and then it'll be asked to view itself, to make a view. And then based off of things like these callbacks, like you press buttons, you'll get updates and maybe even some changes. So what happens when you click a button, right? Well, the actual button isn't here. What we're looking at here is the one of the activities of the app, which is the sitting outside activity. So I have to actually go there to see it. But it has the same structure. It's got a create, it's got an update, all that stuff. Here it's a little bit more HTML, right? So this is all the HTML for this page. A lot of it's static, but here are the buttons, right? So when we click the login button, it's going to call that. What is that we're calling? It is essentially a observer-subscriber pattern. Oh, I'm being raided by Jessica Mack. Hello, raiders. Don't hurt me. Just imagine that army of random folks coming in and attacking my stream. Welcome, raiders. I'm working in Rust today. and probably for the next few years, remaking the front end to my game and a little bit of the back end too in Rust. So just going over the U framework, which is a nifty little Rust framework for making front end apps with WebAssembly. So I was just talking about what a callback is. This is a really important concept, right? This link here is given to us in Create, way up here. It's the U component link. It's our lifeline back into the rest of the framework. When we call callback, what we're doing is we're saying, hey, framework, give us a way that we can trigger a message to be sent back to us. And we get back a function which we insert into the handler for on-click of the button. So what happens is when the view is first constructed, we ask you to make a message handler, essentially, that when the message handler is invoked, it'll take this message and give it back to us in our update. What's my game? Also, hi. I should wave first. Hello, thank you for the raid. The game is Omnia Reina. It is a work in progress. There's not much there yet. It's more of a tech demo of the handwritten engine that I've made over the last couple of years. It's designed to resemble games like Ultima 4 and Ultima 5 that are like really old, retro, a lot of nostalgia for me, games I enjoyed playing when I was a kid. Very simple tile-based graphics and a lot of text. And I'm putting it on the web, so the back end of basically the game is all run in the cloud, and you connect to it and play the games through the web browser. So up until now, or up until like 6 months ago, it was written in C++ in the back end, and the front end was all JavaScript. And I've been progressively changing both ends of the game to be written in Rust. So I'm doing some of the front end right now. Today I'm doing the login button. And before, like a couple hours ago, I was working on importing the information about the players of the game. So you can log in now and play. There's not much to play. A few levels here. You can collect some gold. That's about it. Yeah. In the end, what I want to do is tell unfold a rich story that is like fantasy RPG, and you'll be able to like walk through the story arcs, look for hidden things in the game, interact with other players. It's going to be a while before I get there. This is like a lifelong goal that I don't need to have this done in a year or 5 years. But it would be nice if I got some progress in it. Right now I'm kind of getting distracted just because I'm learning a lot about how to make the engine and the player client app itself, and learning Rust. So I'm making a lot of side quests, you can say, exploring different programming concepts and languages and libraries, and kind of sharing that with chat. Hey there, Lentil Stew Dragon. You haven't seen the game in ages. Yeah. I haven't updated the game in ages. I've just been rewriting it in Rust. So anyway, I hope that mechanism makes sense from what I was talking about earlier. We're ultimately giving the browser HTML that establishes a message handler to be called when someone clicks on the login button. So they click on the login button, this message handler handles it. And what the message handler does is it calls our closure to get the message to send, and then sends it to our own component through the update. So this update gets the any message sent to it, and that includes the login, where is it? This show modal login, right? Show modal login. So right now we're not doing anything, which is why when I click the button, nothing happens. Click this button, nothing happens, right? So what I wanted to do, here's where I would insert the code. Basically, we want to add the overlay that happens when you normally would click the login button, which I'll show you if I do a incognito window and go to my own game. That'll work if I just remove that. And click login. It should pop up this thing that lets us log in with the username and password. I click on that and it should have a box for the name and the password and a login button. This is all I need to work today, right? I need to be able to get this screen to show up, and then clicking that should show this screen, and then entering something here and here and hitting that should connect to the game and send the username and password, and the backend should validate the password's correct. That's all. That's the goal for today. How well did I do in Accelerate? I got the goal for the first, well, 13 out of the first 15 tracks. We're talking about Accelerate, which is a game made by Tim Bodette. So check out his channel if you want to learn more. He makes games. C17 and R and I are both viewers of his channel. HTML versus PHP. PHP is back end usually, right? HTML is front end. Usually. You can't say something always is front end or back end these days because people have found ways to put things where they're not intended originally to go. Okay, show modal login. I need to remember how this was done in the JavaScript. I think we'll just review the JavaScript for this. So the JavaScript version of the game is back around here, player console, source, activities, sitting outside activity, right? So this is the JavaScript equivalent of what we just saw. So it'll have an on-show modal login, which is a prop. So I might want to do the same thing where, oh no, it's not a view prop, it's going to the dispatcher because I was using Redux. So it does show modal login. What does show modal do? That would get handled by what? Show modal is called in a lot of places, isn't it? Okay, we handle it in the middleware for the app. Oh, just to clear the progress. Okay, so, yeah, okay. And where else do we handle it? In the stage. Okay, that's a side effect for when we're playing the game and a modal box pops up. Where else do I use it? You're right, so we keep a stack of what screens we're showing on top of the game. So it depends on where we're using that stack. So this is modal. So somewhere there'll be like a modal.stack. Okay. Oh, cool. So there's a component called modal. Where am I using that? From the app. Okay, cool. So this is what I need to add. I need to add a component at the top level for all the pop-ups that I call them. There's a little bit of terminology mixing here. These are both kinds of pop-ups. That was a special kind, but used for information. I can't remember what it was for, but really modal is handling things. Oh, right. I made a distinction between pop-ups that that are like in parallel with what you're doing, and modals are a special kind of pop-up where it's a different mode of the app, so you have to interact with that modal, with that pop-up. And the way I kind of show it in the browser is when you click it, the rest of the app is still in the background, but it's grayed out, and you can't click these other buttons in the background. You have to interact with what pops up. So that's why I called it a modal. But yeah, either way, we're gonna have a modal component. So I might as well bookmark there so we can get back and go back to, this would be the main app, right? Yeah, and so I want to, is it after activity? Yeah, so outside the app viewport, we want to have the modal here. So modal, it's going to give me an error because that doesn't exist yet, so we need to add that. Do I want to add it as a module, I guess? Modal. Which means we'll want to do a mod at the top. Mod modal. Okay, and then rather than typing it all from scratch, I'm going to copy something small, like the loading one, and paste it into modal, and just rename it modal. Modal goes here. I just wanted to pop up and show that. Okay. Do I need to import it? It probably doesn't know what it is because I don't have a use for it. Use modal. Yeah, so now it knows what it means. And this should reload, right? Yeah, it's recompiling. Reloading. So now when I click... Actually, no, it's not a click. It should just be there. Yeah, there it is. Modal goes here. So now I need to actually have it show up like the modal did in the JavaScript version. So I think I did that with CSS, right? Go back to the other bookmark. Yeah, so where is modal? Here it is. Okay, so that's how I did it. I had an overlay and then a box. So let's just copy that. Right, and if we don't have a selected modal, we show nothing. But just to make the box look right, let's just start with this. Copy that over to modal here. And then I think I'll just combine those two because I don't see any reason to have an extra level of indentation. It's not needed. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? I just gave you a shout out before you got here. I'll give you another one. Did my original shout out summon you? How is Accelerate going? I have gotten through the goal of the 13 of the first 15 tracks, and that's how far I am. And I almost beat your dev time on track 1. I tried like for a good hour, and I got down, I think I told you, I got down to like within 0.1 second of your dev time, but I couldn't beat it. And I gifted it to someone else. If I had the link to it, I would post it here. You're welcome to post the link to it. Yeah, Tim just released a very cool game on Steam. It's hard for sure, yeah. Yeah, feel free to self-promote. Tim, Tim Baudet is authorized to self-promote his game because he just released it. There you go. So check out Accelerate. It's pretty cool. I actually had more fun than I thought I would have because it's not a game that, not the type of game that I normally would enjoy, but it was just, I don't know, that just the right mixture of entertainment and challenge. And then when you think you've gotten through all the tracks, now it's like, okay, now try to get the goal for all the tracks. Okay, now try to get beat as close as you can to the dev time, and now try to do it without actually dropping the egg ever. Lots of different ways you can play the game. All right, selected modal doesn't exist. I think I'll just leave this blank, or can I comment that out? Is that going to work? Oh, heck, it worked. Look at that. So I just need to make sure that that's in my CSS. It probably isn't. It's not. So let's pull it into my CSS from here. Modal overlay, modal box is what I need. What's this stuff? Okay, we just need this stuff, right? So I'm pulling that into my overall CSS. I can find the right place. Here we go. And I still need to clean up the CSS. It's sort of like a dumping ground for all the CSS for the app. Find a reasonable place to to store it for now. How about right here? Okay. Okay, and we had to call it class name in React because you couldn't use the word class in JavaScript. In you can just say class, because not a reserved word. Love the sound of the cars in the trailer. It's the same sound in the real game, so you should check it out. All right, that should load. Okay, there's our modal. Look at that. It's empty, but it won't be for long. Okay, now I only want the modal to show up if we actually have a modal selected. So that's a prop, obviously. So we need to have a prop. Let's just keep it simple and have properties be props. We need to define a props structure now. Where's an example where I did that? I want a simple example. You can tell my style of programming a lot of the time is to just get it written once, and then if I need something similar to it, I'll copy it around and change it. There. Right, so our props, we just need to have like a flag for now, show bool. We're just doing this iteratively, right? So this... oh, I should just say properties there, right? That'll do that? Yep. Yeah, I figured, Tim, that a lot of, or most of your sound effects are made with mouth sounds, which fits that genre really well, or fits that style of the game, the somewhat whimsical nature of the game really well. At first, do you have to scramble around the track to beat your time? To beat Tim's time, you have to be perfect, pretty much. And you have to cut the corners. As I learned by watching Tim play, I'm like, oh, you can go off the track? Yes, you can go off the track a little bit. And you have to. You cannot beat Tim's time unless you go off the track at least a little bit. All right, so we need the props. We're going to put the props there. Props, right? And now this will break because it's actually very type strict. It's like you're not able to compile this because you're missing build for modal. Or sorry, that's a different problem. Why does it say no method named build? Is this a Rust? No, it's a Rust C problem. Okay, the errors are weird, but really the problem is this isn't set yet. So all I need to do is set that, and now it'll just work, right? And now I can play around with like either showing the modal pop-up or not, and then now we're gonna, and then the next thing I want to do is like only show it when I press the login button. There it goes. So it's showing it, right? So then I turn it to false, and now when it... This is maybe a downside of doing it in Rust, is you have to wait a bit for things to recompile. It's not as fast of a turnaround. Hey, Sarcastic Dante, how are you today? Wait a minute, it showed it anyway. Oh, because we're not using the prop. Yeah, we actually want to use it, and there's our warning that we're not using it, right? It's going to say... Field is never used. It's dead code. Let's use it here. I'm going to use it in a similar way to how we did it in JavaScript. I'll just have an early exit. I'll just say if not self.props.show return HTML empty. Right? So now when it recompiles, it won't show the pop-up unless the flag is true. Well, the game is editable by Tim, but not editable by anyone else. All right, so to make it so that that button actually makes it shown... Right, here's the code where I wanted to do it, right? So that means we'll want to have the props at the top level have something like show modal. All right, so then we'll want to initialize that. Oh. No, this is the wrong place. Sorry. I wanted to be the top to do that, because that's where we need it. So, yeah, the model here, right? Show modal. It doesn't need to be pub. Okay, once I define it, it's going to be like, well, you didn't give it a value down here, so I need to do that. Let's make it false to begin with. All right, and then that's what I want to use down here at the bottom. And to make this work, because this won't work right away, you have to say it actually comes from Rust. Similar to how you do it in RJX and... I mean, not RJX, JSX. Why did I say RJX? JSX. Self. Actually, take that back. You might not need the braces there. Okay, you don't need the braces there. I don't know why I thought I'd need it. You need it if it's... Actually, I don't even need it there, do I? I could have done that. No, I need it there. Right. If it's in the context of an element, you need it. If it's in the context of an attribute, you don't need it. Unless you have more elaborate code. Hey there, please compile. I like that name, please compile. All right, so we need to be able to set that. Yes, so the problem is the code that handles us setting the button is right around here. It's right there. But then the actual state is at the top level up here. So how do we get from there to setting it true up here? The answer is that I want to send a message to this level and not handle it here. So there's a trick to do that. Let me find that trick. I think we use that trick here in sitting outside, right? Let me find it. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Oh, here it was. Reform. That's what we want. Yeah, so I want to turn this from a callback directly to a reform on like a prop that was given to us, like on login. So that means we need to have that prop. So let's add it. On login, callback with no arguments, right? And then I can do away with this message show modal login because we don't need that anymore. We don't need to do that there. And but we need to provide a prop here, right? So here's where that prop would actually go. On login equals, well, not the prop, but here's where the callback to make the message would be. Just login, right? Which means we need to have that login message here. And then what else? Yeah, so we need to add an arm. Whoops, wrong button. Add a fill match arm. So we need to actually handle it. And here's where I would finally say self.showModal is true. So if I did this right, it will initially be not shown, right? And it'll get shown as soon as the app is told to log in. I accidentally hit the key to mute. Waiting for this to recompile anyway. Oh, did that already recompile? Okay. It didn't work. Why did that not work? Recompiling. Okay, it's not working. I must have skipped a step. Props on login, reform. So that should end up going up to here. And it should send the login message. Oh, wait. I think I know what's going on. I didn't handle the change to props. Self.props equal, because what's happening is our show prop is changed on us. So we need to update the props and say this magical boolean at the end is that we are rendering, right? So we should re-render. What's the question? Oh, is that JSX in Rust? It's a rough equivalent to JSX. It's the U library. Did anybody link that? There. So part of the U library is a macro called HTML, which looks a lot like JSX. So the giveaway is that you'll see HTML bang in front. And the documentation of that will say, like, this is like JSX. There's no documentation here. How come not? Where are you, documentation? I guess I have to look at you. And then API reference, macros, HTML. This macro implements JSX-like templates. Not the best documentation, but it does say, hey, it's intended to look like JSX. All right, so let's see if I finally did it right in here. So there you go. So now the next step would be to actually populate this with the right DOM elements for the login screen. And I want to keep it open for extensions. So just like in the original JavaScript one, we have an intermediate table here, which will pick which pop-up to show based off of some prop, right? So yeah, we can just do a match in modal here, right? And have an enum. So what to name the enum? I guess that's the next question. What to name the enum? The first value of it, it's going to be login or login. Are there any visible gains that you provides, like the obvious suspect performance? When we say gain, we're talking about comparing it to something else, right? So I'm not sure what you're comparing you to. Like seed or React or what? Modal type. You can use that without crediting you. Oh, thank you. Get off my lawn. I hesitate to use types end with type though, but I guess we can do it for now. I don't have anything better. Yeah, see, it's going to warn me about that. Oh no, it's just saying I never use it. Okay. I kind of think that that's kind of not the best name because it is a type and this is also a type. Like I'm thinking about saying which modal might be even better. Because it's identifying which modal do we actually want to show. Because I'm going to match on this to pick a different, like, concrete modal box. Well, comparing to mainstream tools, so React. So it's not that, that there's a gain. It's just providing roughly the same usefulness, but in a different programming language. So U is for Rust. React is for JavaScript. So apples and oranges, kind of. If anything, you could say U is aiming to be the Rust equivalent of React. I need a mobile delay again, but at least the same idea. Modal type. Yeah, you got the same type. You'll allow... Oh, thank you. Get off my lawn. Can I be on your lawn now? Okay, so we're going to use that, right? So basically that replaces this. Actually, why don't I just call it which? Which? Because it's in the scope of the modal, in the scope of the modal module. So this needs to be at least clonable, right? All right. And then instead of that, it's going to be... Okay, so then in the... We can say none here. For show none, right? So then this could be a proper match. None. HTML blank. Fill match arm, please. Did I mess that up? It shouldn't have guessed some. Why did it put some there? Why does it say it's an option? It's not an option. Oh, that name doesn't exist. It was trying to help me. Oh, right, and we can't say none because it's within scope of which. Okay. I'll just put that there and forget that I wrote the other stuff, right? So there we go. So if we're not showing anything, we're not showing anything. If we're showing the login screen, then here's where we'll show it. Actually, I wanted to reuse this though, right? So let me change this a little bit. Let me make, I can move this back out and make it an option again. I think it's clumsy if I do it that way. What if I just have implementation for which has a function is none self bool match self which or self none true, everything else false. And then I can just say down here, if self props which is none, otherwise this, and I'll still have this match. Oh, but then it gets clumsy because I'll still have that. Okay. It would be a lot nicer if I made it an option and got rid of that. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. Option, because none is a special case where we have no veneer around it. So then I'll just say, if let sum which equal props which, then match it. We don't have a none. Well, this goes there. Get rid of that. All right. Matches. You go with the option. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It just looks better because then it allows me to move this out. Okay, so this let box equal. Actually, we can't use the name box. Modal box? Or box content? How about just say content? This part goes out here. You can kind of see where I'm going with this, right? This becomes the login thing. The common args, though, how am I going to handle that? I guess we're going to define a common arg structure here, if I need it. But yeah, this would be this would be content. Or it has to be within context of an HTML, right? So that. Okay. Almost there. So then, like in the JavaScript, login had a login modal, which looked like this. It's actually quite a big modal box. Got a form with a grid, with the Twitch stuff and the reCAPTCHA. I guess, are we going to pull the whole thing in? The login modal was quite a big thing. Hey there, Blessing. How are you doing? It's been 4 hours. I've been streaming for a while. I don't know if I'll need this generic args or not. What if I just... I'll leave it out for now. So this would then just be login modal, like that. I think. So we need to define login modal. Actually, would it make sense to just have those be submodules? I think so, right? So modal directory and then login.rs. And then from modal, we can have a submodule login. And then we would have, well, just copy this down. Without the login, without this stuff, just blank here. HTML coming soon. Something like that to begin with, and then we would say use login modal as login modal. And then that'll work. But I gotta fix this level. Because this show modal is different now, right? This should be, what did I call it in the main app? Oh, it's in Redux. So then what did I call it there? There was a stack. It was called selected modal. No, it's called which, really. So we'll just call it which for now. Which modal. Option. Which modal. So that we'll get by doing use modal which as which modal. I like renaming things like that. Okay, and then so this should say which modal is none to begin with. And then down here, if you click login, it's going to be which modal is which modal login. Sum. And then this becomes which modal is self which modal. This is just which, right? Okay, what'd I get wrong? What's the prop name? Which. Okay. Cannot move out. Oh, I guess we'll borrow it? Well, hold on. I can just implement copy on it. That's the easiest, right? So, copy. Then we can copy it. Hey, what's your process to learn Rust? Book? Mine was the book plus personal projects. So if you go back, like if you went to my YouTube channel and you looked up my streams where I was learning Rust, it's actually in a special playlist, I think. You'll see that I spent 4 whole streams just going through the book. And after that, I tried a hand at writing something small in Rust. And I don't think it was the best way for me to learn it. I think if I were to do it again, I'd probably go back and do the Rust Lite. Was it Rust something course? Let's follow the link that I have. Where is that link? I'm trying to find it in my history. There it is. This link here. I did it through reading the book, but I kind of wish I had done the Rustlings course, or maybe even Rust by example. That's what's cool about this site, is that they tell you that there are basically at least 3 ways you can start getting started with Rust learning. Pick which one works for you, or just try out all of them, right? Yep. How long till the game is back where it was before getting rusty? Probably like, I'm guessing like 6 months, but maybe less. It really depends on the job situation. I'm not going to have a whole lot of free time when I go back to work, and that's happening pretty soon. Doing the book for the past 3 days is quite good. Yeah, I think it took me 4 days to get through it, if I remember right. But it was kind of difficult. I thought the learning curve was very steep. I think at the time I called it the learning cliff because I kept hitting walls. You're not working? Tim, yeah, I'm getting a job. I'm sorry. I'm going to be a corporate slave again. So okay, I should be able to test this, right? Coming soon. There we go. All right, we're getting there. So we're showing the correct modal in there. We just don't have the HTML. So now it's down to, we have the process to open the box. Let's put in the back button. Actually, let's put in the entire HTML, but I think I'll implement the back button first because that's just popping that stack, right? What job am I getting? I can't talk about it too much, but it's at a large company doing C++, I think. Currently learning from the book, doing the wrestling course. That's good. Rust by example is hard, yeah, because they don't explain it all, yeah. I would think Rust by example would be a good supplement once you get some of the basics down. If you don't have experience with other languages, it would be impossible. It may be. Although I've heard that preconceptions based off of knowledge of other languages can actually get in the way when you're learning Rust. That there are some people I've seen on the Rust forums, I seem to remember, saying that since they didn't have a programming background, they actually found it rather pleasant to learn Rust. But it's probably different for everybody. Yep, C++. Pretty sure. I wish I could be doing Rust there, but you know, I'll be compensated with money, being a paid job and all that. So, you know, if you're compensated for doing something, it's okay if it's not Rust, right? What you've seen, work who have some hard issues with Rust. Hold on, you're saying from what I've seen of your work, I would have some hard issues with Rust. I had issues with Rust that turned out to be that I had learned C++ the wrong way, Tim. So now I go back and look at my own C++ code and I'm like, what the heck did I do? Why did I do it that way? Where was it that I was seeing? Components? Yeah. I started looking at this thinking like, the way I wrote this code is so hard for me to read now. I think what I'll end up doing when I write more C++ is I'll pick up a lot of the good habits from Rust and just reapply them to C++. Yeah, I think what happens is you get used to doing code a certain way for a long time and you get blinded to any other way you could do it. And the only way you really can find out is if someone tells you that your code is impossible for them to read, or you learn a different language or a different technique and you go back and you look at your old code and you're like, why did I write it that way? Yeah, I think it's because it just works, right? So you keep doing what works and then you get more familiar with your style, even no matter if it's deviating slowly away from being idiomatic, you don't notice it until you've gone so far away that you still understand and it reads perfectly well for you until you take a break and go back to it after learning something different or someone else looks at it. And they're like, what the hell are you doing? Do you have an example of wrong C++? I don't, off the top of my head, I can't think of anything specifically wrong other than the pattern you might have noticed from the fact that this file is 7,000 lines long. That kind of speaks for itself. I really could never kick the habit of making files that were too long. And then when I look at individual functions, it's like I never had good discipline about breaking things up, right? And that's the only thing I can concrete say that is wrong with this. It's wrong because I never developed a good habit to keep the code size small and manageable. So things would just grow to where earlier today and yesterday I was trying to find stuff in the old C++ code and I'm like, man, I need a map. I can't find anything here. Yeah, exactly. So there you go. There's something wrong. There's probably other things wrong in here. Like this nesting is probably a bad sign. I think it's because my structures are rather monolithic. One of the things I learned with Rust is to make structures a lot, to break your structures down into substructures, because what happens when you have these huge monolithic structures is they become like monstrous. Because you can do that in C++ and not pay much of a price. So if I go to like this class where it's declared, why did it jump like that? That's annoying. I just want to go to that class. Ah, this is painful. The fact that I can't even locate the class very easily. Go to declaration, right? And go to the impl. Is it going to find that? See, the code is just too complex for even the IDE to find it easily. Yeah, it's having trouble even parsing this dang file. Impl. Maybe go to definition. Okay, there we go. Like, the fact that this is such a monster type with all of these fields, it just goes pages and pages of nothing but fields, should have been assigned to me at the time that it's too monolithic. I needed to break this up into substructures, which would have helped me break this file up. Like, just the header file alone, 2,000 lines, it's just unacceptably large. And I really didn't prioritize it until you get to Rust and you try to make monster structures. You could run into all sorts of borrow problems with that. Yeah, so MetroDev, what probably the number one thing in my mind right now that'll apply to C++ is I will not use monolithic structures with thousands of lines of code. I'll probably break things up into smaller pieces. Not that I need to for C++, but because it's just a good habit to keep things small, to make compositions of small elements rather than trying to make a monolith. Without comments would be 1,000 lines? Maybe. And the fact that I needed the comments at all. Please compile. Your comment was held for automod, and I don't know why, but there you go. You would truly need a map? Yeah, I do too. I need a map. Trying to understand uncommented inefficient code from years ago. You haven't used C++ in years. That's the pain point when you realize later that you didn't make your code reusable even by yourself. I think it's a really hard thing to achieve. We can only just get better and better at it, but never really truly succeed. Breaking down everything with the preprocessor? No, I mean like actually separating code into smaller concerns. So if you, instead of having a struct that has 10 things in it, and all of those 10 things are sharing concerns, like they're all concerned with each other, like that you can't separate them, that you actually design it in so that if you had 10 things, that it's really just a loose confederation of 10 different concerns. Basically, align your structures along the same lines of concern that you have in the code. So that components class was just unneeded, really. I probably won't even have it in Rust. Really what it came down to is there were 20-some different kinds of components, and each one should have been a separate structure. There's no point for me making one monster structure that contained all of them. Like, conceptually it made sense at the time, but in the implementation it made no sense. Minor attracted person, that's probably why. Okay, where was I? I'm kind of getting distracted, but that's okay. Login modal, right? It is coming soon because it's coming now. Where is it? I must not have pinned it. Clicking it up here will get me there, right? Login modal. Yeah, I want to pin this file. All right. I guess we'll start with the HTML. Actually, let's just we'll do some conversion from JavaScript to Rust. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So I'm just going to paste that monster JavaScript there. The Rust compiler is going to throw a fit because it's like, I want Rust, you gave me JavaScript, what do you think you're doing? So obviously I have some state that I need to move. Let's move the state first. This state belongs in our state here, right? And so I'll just type here at the top using this as a guide. So we have name or address, string, password string, reCAPTCHA string, show more options, bool, backup OTP string, logging in with password, bool. There we go. There's our state. So we need defaults for these things. So these are all going to be string from empty string to match what we had in the JavaScript, right? And these are going to be false. Because that's what they were, right? Hold on. Top of this block. False and false. False and false. All right. An extra high. Hi, Anakin Luke. You can have an extra high. Hi. Okay. See you, Tim. Thanks for stopping by. Everybody check out Accelerate and check out Tim's channel when you get a chance. For you, one of the nicest things about Rust is cargo and the whole tool ecosystem. Yeah, that's on my list of things that I really like about Rust, is that the tools include a lot of things that once you start using them, you find they're indispensable. If you like an ecosystem surrounding your language. Now, you don't have to use them if you're just wanting to use Rust C, that's fine. But it's nice to know you can pick up cargo and get a lot of stuff that's very useful, that you wouldn't have to go like pick out a la carte. Probably better to use string new instead of string from. Really? Does it make a difference? All right. And without that, oh, because of empty string, so that's more efficient, because then we don't actually have to allocate memory, or we don't have to look at a slice to see that it's empty. Yeah, sorry, Anakin Luke. That thing's broken. It's not even accepting valid commands. No, I have to let Chris know that seems to be a very popular reaction to that theme. Okay, what is that? What is set show? Oh, that's just a toggle. Should I just? I'll keep that for now. The equivalent of that would be let it equal a closure. Okay, well the set is handled with a message, right? So that would be something like message. Well, is that ever changed other than to toggle it? No, we always toggle it, so just be efficiently just say toggle show more options. And then we make that one of our message types. Oh, we don't even have a message type. Shoot. Message type. It's after okay, so right here, struct enum message. There. Message is message. We don't have props yet, but we will soon. All right, just going straight down JavaScript to Rust here. I don't know, maybe I'll remove the CAPTCHA stuff for now, because I don't know how to do that, and it's just going to get in my way. Let me drop the reCAPTCHA stuff for now. So anything reCAPTCHA related, I'll have to add back in later. Maybe I put a to-do. reCAPTCHA stuff. So deleting it for now. Sure. I think what I was doing in the JavaScript was just putting all my closures in one spot. What was on change field used for? Oh. Yeah. We can't really use that so much. Oh, wait a minute. No, we can. Yeah, there's an event, right? So it's event. Do we model it the same way where I have a setter? I could just, well, I don't know. I'm thinking too far ahead. I should just do something simple here. Reach character limit of 500. What happens if you send a really big message? Oh, you mean in-game? Yeah, I think there's a character limit in there. Okay. I did this thing where it was double closured. Where that was defined, yeah. That was defined elsewhere. Wait, what? Oh, it was a prop. Okay, it might not make sense for me to straight port this. Maybe just drop this for now. I need to take a break, actually. Can you spam one more message? Sure, you could spam one more message. What would be better for a compound interest calculator? C++ or JavaScript? I guess it depends. I would say, oh, there you go, you're spamming. Oh, I see, you're not testing the game, you're testing the chat thing. Okay. You can fill it up with eyes, huh? Okay then, testing it out, huh? Alright, I need to go take a break. I basically just need to use the restroom. I'll be right back in a few minutes. I'm back. Elevator Cantina song. Yeah, so I was saying before, it depends where you're gonna want this calculator. If you're gonna put it in a web browser, JS is probably a lot better, a lot more convenient to do it in JavaScript. Okay, I'm thinking that I'm doing about this wrong. I'm going top down, where really, I just want the HTML structure, and I want to convert that. So I think what I'm going to do is just delete all this junk. Hold on. I want everything that ends up containing HTML. So this one I want to keep. We're going to delete the reCAPTCHA stuff for now. Right, there's a button. There's a couple buttons. Okay. What makes you like Rust more than JS? The reason I liked Rust was not compared to JS, but comparing it to C++. So I started using Rust as comparing it to C++ when I was working on the back end of the game. And there I have a lot of reasons why I like it more than I liked C++, even though I've been using C++ for years. Why I'm doing it in the front end is more, not that I like it better than JS, but I really like the idea that the entire game could be in Rust, front end and back end. Just the coolness of that was number one. And then number two was that because they're in the same language, some of the same data structures that I couldn't share before because they were in different languages, now I can share them directly just by having a common Rust crate. So, but really it's just Rust compared to C++, I liked it better. I tend to think JavaScript and C++ are hard to compare And Rust and JS are hard to compare also because they're very different. Now, in this case, they're both being applied to make a front-end app, and you can kind of make the structure very similar, so U makes it look like React, but still the languages are very different. JavaScript is very dynamic type, Rust is very static type. So it's hard to compare them because of that. I did not use Wasm before Rust. Nope. So my first foray into WebAssembly was with the U framework, setting up with WasmPack and Webpack. I was not planning to until Chris demoed how to do front-end apps with Rust. And at the time, I was only going to use Rust on the back end. And I'm like, ooh, that looks fun. I can do Rust on the front end too, which led to WebAssembly. It's just the idea that you can pick amongst a wider variety of languages and still run in the browser is kind of neat. That WebAssembly, it's gotten to the point where as long as you have a compiler that targets WebAssembly, you can pretty much can run it in the web browser. It doesn't need to be transpiled or anything or translated. Okay. This needs to be, instead of returns, HTML with that, right? And there's the form. So it's one huge form is what it is. Okay. I don't know how to do a form in U yet. It might be a good idea to look at a U example. GitHub, they probably have an example, something with a form in it that I can look at, right? What do you think would be a form? If they had one called form, that would be the best. File upload is maybe what I'm thinking, or maybe dashboard. So does this have a form in it? No, it doesn't have a form. Let's look at dashboard, I guess. No form here either. I don't know which example, so maybe I have a local copy of U I can search through, I guess. Open folder, go to D projects, and go to U. Open. You found a form in U form, but that's not an example. Oh, that's an extra crate. Okay, thank you, Andy from Lithuania. That's something I could maybe use to make it easier. I'm still really curious to like how I would do it myself, because that's how weird I am. So there should be a form somewhere. How long is it going to take to search, though? I don't know. Maybe let that search for a while. Let that search for a while and let me handle other things. So that's just class. Actually, everything that says class name becomes class. This is snake cased. This literal text has to be literal text. I don't know if we can do that with button. I think we can. OnClick just becomes OnClick all lowercase, right? Yes. Okay, and then this snake case. All right, here's another literal string. Snake case. A lot of these are just going to be snake case conversions. Okay. Actually, can I click that and do that? Oh, that's nice. Crate is a package, yeah. Crate, package, library, roughly equivalent. There are some differences in the technicalities, but you can think of it as one downloadable package that contains one library and 0 or more binaries in Rust. Ever going back to C++? I have to for my job, Anakim Luke. I figure that that's probably enough C++. All right, CAPTCHA need... Okay, we're getting rid of CAPTCHA, right? So we're getting rid of the CAPTCHA part. Did I skip some CAPTCHA stuff I don't need here? No. Button bar, logged in. Async progress. That's interesting. Why is it on underscore click here? And we need the modal progress. Okay, and then modal dismiss. And modal error. Okay, so... Okay, here's another text here. Getting there. This is used where? Where's the login button? I think this is the top level button for what I want, right? Yeah. Okay. This is going to be HTML. Actually, hold on. This is alternatives, right? Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. 122 is probably an on-click. Yeah. Let's change them all. There, all at once. One fell swoop. There's just going to be a lot of conversion here I got to do. But I need to figure out like where these things come from. I think a lot of them are going to be props. Logging in with password. I don't see it. I don't actually see that. Oh, it's our state. Okay, so this is so we can do this one. Let this equal if self dot logging in with password. Then HTML something. Else some other HTML. All right. HTML4 is just 4, right? Wait, that's a keyword. Am I going to have trouble with that keyword? I think that will be trouble. Where do we use label in Rust? Oh. Another thing to search for in their examples, I guess. They never use form? Wow. Okay, did they use label? Yes. Okay, they did use for. Okay, so even though it's a keyword, you can use it. That's interesting. So we don't know about form because they don't have an example. So maybe we'll have to look at how that crate that Andy talked about is written. But at least we know we can use the for here. It's fine. Okay, these are all literal texts. Fix that up. Looking for the login button. Oh, this one is a subcomponent there. Oh, that was just to put a data tip on it? So I don't need that. I don't need to be elaborate for now. I can just do button with that class for... Yeah, I don't need this data tip yet. We'll add that later. So it's just a button with that class on it. Hold on. It has to be button type submit and then the class. I guess that's how they did it up there. Because that's other props that gives attached to the button. Okay, and then delete this for now. Vast majority of apps are quite simple and they spin great on established platforms. Why drop all the ecosystem for unnoticeable gains? Oh, it's a discussion about JSX and the U framework, the comparisons, right? There's just different ways to do the same thing. You could probably be quite fine with the ecosystem that you use, and again, it's probably apples and oranges comparison, right? It's just if you happen to be using Rust, WebAssembly, then this is what you could use to make a web app. But if you just need a web app and you don't care, and maybe you like or you have experience in JavaScript, just go with JavaScript. What's your last message? Referring to Svelte. Oh, Anakin. Oh, I get you guys confused. Curious, what is your strategy when doing job hunting? I didn't actually have to do job hunting. They approached me. So I actually don't know much about job hunting. The last time I did job hunting was when I was in college. Talking about Svelte and not Rust you. Okay, sorry. I shouldn't jump into these conversations in the middle, shouldn't I? Yeah. What you'll find when you've like had a job for a long time is you don't have to hunt for the next job so much. If you already have made a lot of like acquaintances in the industry, you just put your information up in LinkedIn and people find you. And then it's mostly just if something comes along that you really like, you switch to that. So as far as job hunting, I really don't know much about it. It actually would probably stress me out if I had to hunt for a job. Do I want this more options? I guess I could answer it hypothetically, what my strategy would be if I had to do job hunting. I think it would be advertise myself as much as possible on sites that let you do that, like Stack Overflow and LinkedIn, and just let everybody I know who is working at a company, especially if they're in a managerial position, say, hey, I'm available for hire. There are recruiting companies out there you can just give your resume to and they'll find stuff for you. And what was the other thing? Just getting involved in communities around technologies you like. For example, John Hu, just being involved in the Rust community and just contributing a whole lot to it, he got picked up by Amazon because they were just looking to recruit people for Rust for AWS. So that's how he got a job. So again, like the job hunting could be mostly... A large part of the job hunting could just be setting yourself out there to be seen by the recruiters and the people hunting you. Can you get my LinkedIn? What's that? I'll think about it, Anakin Luke. I'm trying to keep a separation between, personal information and the stream. Wondering if you ever link your real name to your username? See, I tried to keep them separate, but I get sabotaged by OneNote and other things, so I really couldn't keep my name secret, but yeah, I don't know. I'm from the school of thought where I get kind of uneasy sharing personal information. So I generally like when people send me friend requests in Twitch, like I get a little uneasy about that. I usually politely decline and say that really the only like friends I'll add would be people I already know, like real life friends. But there's a point where like I've known someone, interacted with them enough in the community where I'd be more comfortable with that. Like, especially if I've met them. Like, if I met you at a TwitchCon, for example, I'd probably be fine because I see that, hey, you're not, you know, you're not the kind of person that I want to avoid. You're probably a great person, and they get that verification by meeting you in person and be like, okay, fine. Yeah, just a little bit conservative about that, I guess. It doesn't make a difference to Twitch friends. I guess not, but I just get uneasy about it. Well, because if you're friends in Twitch, your Twitch friends can see all the channels you go to, unless you set yourself up to be invisible somehow. So, like, I'm kind of wary about just accepting any friend request because I don't know them, and they might just jump into where I happen to be watching and say, "Oh, hey, Raimu's here." Yeah, you can. If you look at your friends list on Twitch, you can see what channels they're watching. Which, you know, if I've, you know, known the person in the community for a while, I have no problem with. But yeah, it's not something to be like that I feel comfortable just accepting anything. All right. I'm getting kind of disconnected from what this thing really looks like. Oh, so I can omit these for now and just keep it simple. Actually, you know what? I really just need this dialog. So how do I get that? That's login with the username and password, right? Yeah, so what if I just drop that state and show... No, I might as well keep it because it's not a whole lot, right? It's just there are two alternatives. Yeah, if login, yeah, that really, this button expands to all of this, which is what I want. So I'm going to keep that. But the show more options, I don't think I need yet. And the remember me, I don't need yet either, right? Actually, we can keep it. This is fine. This will be fine. Snake case it. So this would be self show more options. This would be if self show more options. HTML this. Else HTML nothing. Right? Let. Raimu's here. Say hi to everyone. Yeah. That's a good way to get you knocked off my friends list. Can't handle this many red squiggly lines. Yeah, I'm trying to get rid of the squiggly lines. Doing my best. I'm pretty sure this was all a React thing to make them uppercase, right? This is a text string. This would be self dot, right? Yes. Okay. And then we don't need the braces there. I'm getting there. Why does it say this prop doesn't have a value? Probably because of this. Okay, yeah. So handler when we'll have another message called set backup OTP. That's how I'll do it. Ooh, how'd that happen? Set backup OTP. String. So this just becomes self.link. Oh, we don't have the link stored. Link is one of these guys. Should I take the opportunity to put these in alphabetical order? Yes, I will. Okay, that. and link. I have to do it again, don't I? I get it right? Close enough? Yeah. Something about the lines and syntax errors that appear while you're typing that makes... Yeah, I get uneasy when there's too much squigglies under me too, but I figure that I'm just going to temporarily blind myself from seeing that because I just expect a ton of errors here. Message... Okay, this actually needs the event because we need to get the target, and I'm not sure how to do that, so I'm going to cheat and look how they do it here. On change. There we go. Settings callback. What? Someone made a macro in that example. Okay, they have a data.value. Okay. Value. Change data. Oh, does it really matter what kind of element we're in? Oh, shoot. So what element are we in here? We're in an input. Okay, so there will be some kind of... this will actually tell me the type, right? Change data. Oh, yeah, there we go. The onChange event gets one of these guys. Perfect. Change data. I'm going to use a type, I'll use a name that reminds me of the type here. Wait a minute, why wouldn't I just use value? Anyway, this should be what? Set backup OTP. Let's just assume it's... how do they... Okay, then how is this done here? Oh, they do an if let. Okay. Oh, you can do that. I can just type it myself. Interesting. Oh, that's because it's an on input. Okay, never mind. That won't help me. What is this settings callback? Is that a helper that I could take advantage of? No, they just have it right in here. Callback, settings clone, change settings, value as type. Huh. Oh, because that's for a slider. I really want an input on change. Okay, so I need to do something like this. I need to say if it's a value, then do that. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm in the thick of this translation and I'm not used to it. Right, so it's... come on. Hands, type correct. If let... Cheating here. Change data value equal change data, then do... But the value... This value is a string then. I'm trying to see where the error is here. This prop doesn't have value. Which prop? Which prop are they talking about? Oh, am I missing a bracket? I am. Missing two of them. Now what is the error? Come on. Oh, I suppose I have to emit some message. How does that work? What do I do if it's not a value? How does this work? Callback from a closure that does nothing? What's set message? Okay, I'm confused. Oh, this is with hooks. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to look at that example. I'm just going to get myself confused. Ah, that's what we do. We basically say it has to be a value. It's unreachable. Right? Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Hey there, Protopoly. Okay, it's complaining about a prop that doesn't have a value, and that's sort of getting on my nerves. What if I delete this for now and see if... is it like that? Yes. Okay, so it must be something here. What could it be here? The onChange? No, it's not the onChange. It's something else here. Wait a second. Why am I getting dupe? What? I'm just hitting the wrong keys. That's what's happening. Is it one of these two? Oh, I bet it's autofocus. What do you do for that? Do I just say true? Hey there, Anakim Luke. Hi again. Okay, good. Use of undeclared type change data. That's better. That's a better error. What type? Where would that type be? Okay, can I just import it from you? Change. Oh, I can. Fine. There. Fixed. All right, look. No more squigglies. Look at that, Anakin Luke. Or, yeah. Yep. Hey there, TS Jost. How are you today? Are you tired of playing Accelerate yet? All right, so this whole thing is if you click on the more options, it'll show that. That's what this is. Okay, and then this area here I'm about to do is all of this up here. So if you haven't hit it yet, it just shows a button. So it's this button. I believe the problem is with this. Yeah, so this should just be, onClick should be self.link.callback. Ignore the event. Actually, can I just do that, or do I need an event? Let's see if I can do that and then remove it. Message.set logging in with password to true. Actually, why would I ever not set it to true? Oh, right. It's using, right. Before it was always, it was something provided to me with a hook. So I can just make this, always set it. Okay, now that compiles. Can I get rid of this? I cannot. Okay, I have to have some placeholder there for the event. All right, so then this one, probably this needs to be true. This needs to be, all of these need to be lowercase. On the, this means there's one argument, but that we don't care about it. Anywhere in Rust you see an underscore, it means don't care. So if you had like a parameter you don't care about, you put an underscore in front, or you just make it underscore, that means I completely don't care about it. Having underscore followed by some text, it says I don't care about it, but I might want to remember that if I did care about it, I should name it MSG. Alternatively, to not care, you can think of it as compiler fill something in just to make it work. So you'll see that a lot in where result underscore stuff like here, where I'm saying like I'll tell you about the type of the error, but you figure out what the type of the success is. And it figures out from the context of where you're using it. So it'll figure out that, oh, well, deny list is a vector of strings, right? So this collect result will be vector of strings. If I hover over it, I might, yeah. So it has the full type up there on the pop-up. It figured out it's vex string global, and I didn't have to say it because it can figure it out. So it's like, so underscore can sometimes mean figure it out, especially when you put it in the position of a type. A position of a name, though, I think always means I don't care about it. And you can't leave it out, because leaving it out means you're passing a closure that takes no arguments to something that needs it to have at least one argument. So it'll say closure is expected to take an argument, but it takes 0. And then it'll say consider changing it to take and ignore the expected argument, right? So the error message is actually really helpful there. It says, well, you have to accept the argument, but you don't have to use it. And if I put something there, I'll get a different warning saying, well, you didn't use it. Okay, sometimes you do. Sometimes you get a warning saying you have a parameter you're not using. Consider putting an underscore in front. I think I just over-explained it, and Alex just gave a much more brief explanation. True. Okay, name or, okay, set, yeah, I can just do this, this one, name or address self dot, right? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I will need to have, I can't use this on change field everywhere. I have to have specific messages for like set specific fields, because of how strict the typing is. So this is set name or address to some string, right? This is kind of clunky, though. I hate to have to do this stuff. I can make a helper that I could just, I know what I can do. I can make a generic on this type, right? Or I can make a generic, something that generates a message based off of a string value. That's what I'm going to do. So let on change equal something that takes a value. Well, something that takes a change data. Wait a minute. I can't do it with a closure. It needs to be generic. Yeah. Well, can I make it can I do something like this? Like have an internal function? I think I can, right? On change and T. Yeah. Where, well, F is a function that takes a string and gives us back a message. Self message. Anything I need other than the data? No. So it's change data. And then it's the body here. So, oh, I'll need the self link. So, link. Can I borrow it? Let's see if I can borrow it. U component link. Why do I have U in there? Why don't I just import it? I don't know why. That's shorter. Can't use... Okay, so it's just message. And why can't I do that? Oh, this is not message, it's modal. Okay, so then that's the body here. And this has to return what the callback returns. What does that return? It returns a callback of the input. So callback of change data, I think. I think I did it. Look at that. I mean, now I can reuse this generic down here. I can just say on change equals on change self link message backup OTP. I think I can just do that. Nope. Oh, borrow the link. Yes. Nope. Why not? Expected you change data found function. Wait. What? Callback expects the function. Oh yeah, what am I doing? We don't take a function. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. This should take F, and then just say F here. And then what's wrong with my types? Parameter might not live long enough. What is this value? It's a string. Oh, do I have to do move? Getting there. I think the types just don't match up. Can you do that in Slack? Yeah, I know you can do that in Discord. They should add monospaced. Well, it's monospaced up there. Actually, it would be cool is if the chat overlay handle code blocks like that, wouldn't that be cool? Use so I just had the types wrong here. Oh no, it's a lifetime thing. Parameter F might not live long enough. Consider adding explicit lifetime bound. Oh, because they say static here. Do I need to say that too? Do I need to say plus static? Yes. Okay. So then what's wrong here? Right, I need another argument. So the argument is the change data. Oh, wait. Hold on. I need to provide a... Oh, I did this wrong. I need to provide a closure which makes this... No. I don't have change data. It gets it in here. Yeah, there we go. Look, it compiles now. So this allows me to make generic on-change handlers, which is what I wanted. So I could reuse that down here for set name or address, like that. All right, getting there. Some more of these things. Okay, this is way too wide, so I'm going to split it up. Well, This ought to be split earlier, so we can just read it better. This should be self.password, right? Do I have password in here? I do. Okay. So then let's break that out. Okay, so then one of these. So set password. Okay, set password string. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. Yeah, the squigglies are getting to me now. It's because I don't exactly. I'm having to look for errors here. It's because of things like this that I'm not done with yet. Okay, so self.persist login, and then one of these set. This is a toggle one, so this is different. I think I just want to do a self.link.callback, ignore, and then do message toggle persistent login. Okay, so another link. Sure. Show modal request password reset. We just won't have that button do anything at first. Whoa. I hit the wrong button and end up in a different buffer. I get really confused. Okay, that is a literal string. Okay, I got to the bottom and there's still errors, so what did I do wrong? No field persistent login, or persist login. Did I miss it? I did. Oh, because it's actually a prop in here. So for now we'll make it part of the state. Yeah, but it's supposed to be a prop. So we'll just make it a state for now. Hey look, it actually compiles now. Now we're down to the last block of HTML. Oh, excuse me. Coding on the Discord, you haven't added any JS yet, but it's a start? Okay, cool. We never did find an example for that. So what if for now I just get rid of the onSubmit? We'll add it back in a little bit. This is that. Okay, so now I need to on login with Twitch button. Login with Twitch. And I'm going to need some of these static resources too. Okay. Wait a minute, is this the same checkbox? I guess it is. It's the same one. I must have had it in two places. Yep, I have it in two places. Look at that. All right, so there's a copy of it here. Actually, I don't know if these will work with inputs of type checkbox. I guess it works because we're ignoring the argument, yeah. Show more. Oh, did I get rid of show more options or did I keep it? I did keep it, okay. More options is defined, right? That's up there, okay. We're getting somewhere. Okay, here is really bad. What's logged in? Well, this is the progress stuff. Yeah, okay. Can I just keep this simple for now? I'm getting kind of tired of this. Let's just make it say back. I already have to worry about some of these elements that don't exist. Can I just comment these out? What's modal dismiss look like? Hey, please compile. You added some sunglasses on my face. Good job. There we go. Wait, that's it? It's just a button with a certain class name on it. Why did I go out of my way to do that? I mean, okay, we can do the same thing, so sure. Yeah. We can put that here, I guess. What level? This level? I forgot what I named it already. Modal dismiss. At the same level as modal. Okay, fine. Modal dismiss. Okay, let's just grab toggle button. And in lib, we'll do a mod. Modal dismiss. All right. So let's see, what do we need for that? I should have pinned it. Here it is. I just need an on dismiss. Okay, so on dismiss. So what, clicked or something? Actually, I don't even need a message, right? Yeah, I don't need a message. Yeah, we're just going to reform the callback anyway. So actually, I don't even need to reform it. I could just use it directly, can't I? No, I do need to reform it. Okay, so then this is modal dismiss. Okay, and then we don't need, so this is unreachable. Where'd I use unreachable? Not here. What am I doing? I can just say unreachable. Don't need a message. Actually, the message type can then be unit. All right, and then we do need a prop, though. No, we don't need a prop. That's unreachable also. It never changes, right? No, I suppose it could change. Yeah, it could change. So, yeah, and then we would want to re-render with a new reform here. So then it's just a button based off of this. I'll just copy it. Copy it. Paste. All right. Where the class is button cancel, type is button on click, and this is where I want to do self.link.reform. Oh no, it's self props, right? Self props on. It's not helping me. On dismiss, reform. Right, so ignore the argument, and that's all we need. on lowercase click. Okay, they're children. How do we include children? Oh, there was a way to include that with view, wasn't there? Yeah, I need to look that up again. There was a way to do that. They talked about it in their, not in their API reference, their home page. Components with children. Is it components? Nested children with props. Here we go. Children with props? Hold on, what? Real world checkout U router. For more advanced, check out nested list. Okay, so there's no real pattern to it. So really, I can't just put anything here. I guess it's just HTML then, right? Yeah, I would just put HTML. So props would include, well, how do you, oh, if you just call it children, then you can do that. I'm guessing that's how it works if you have a prop called children. Because there's no you children with types. Oh, there is. Okay, fine. But can I just put HTML there? No. How about I just put HTML? Sure. How's it going with Rust? It's going. It's just a lot of work, a lot of me learning. Like, I don't know how to do, what you could do in JSX is you can just put children there and, like, it just works. Because you can put children in that position and then you can use it like this, where the text node here just gets magically assigned to this children property. So I'm not sure how to, that was in React. I'm trying to do it in Rust now. And I'm having to guess that if in our props we have a children, that's where it puts the child content. What's wrong with this? Can't find children, so that's self.children, right? Null children on type, mode, dismiss variables, or link, and oh, it's props. I'm just guessing that's how it's done, but we'll find out in a little bit. Login modal, yeah, okay. Can I find persist login? Yes, so that's self dot. So is show more options. Cannot find modal dismiss. Yeah, we can import that. Use. Well, maybe crate. Modal dismiss. Modal dismiss. Now what? Log in with Twitch for message. Oh, I missed that one. That was right here. And where's the login button? Am I missing that one too? I think I'm missing that one too. No, okay, there. Here, okay, so that calling it children didn't work. No method named children. Yeah, so I don't know how to do it yet. Yeah, the squiggly lines are harsh. That's okay. I'm just trying to ignore it and look at the pop-up. I could do a more traditional way where I just build it, or I see it here. I can just look at this window only and say, oh, okay. We need, the problem is with no method named children, right? For that button. So, yeah, anyway. I think I'm getting tired. I'm slowing down, I think, because I'm getting tired. If I comment that out, it'll probably work now, right? Right. Actually, we have a problem up here. What's the problem here? Cannot move out of self password. Oh, yes. So do I have to clone it because we're constructing a virtual DOM. So everywhere we have a string, I'll have to clone. Okay, so that works. I just don't know how to use how to pass this child node yet. There's got to be a way to do that here. I guess it's not through props though, like they showed in this example right here. I guess I have to use some kind of generic. Good night, Nui. Is there a type called children instead of HTML? Yeah, there is. There you go. Thank you, Pavel. Yeah, I don't know you enough. I don't know you enough, and I don't know you enough. Oh, was that not enough? No method named children. Still no method named children. Oh, probably because I said it needs to be a prop? No? Okay, that's still a problem. It thinks it should be a prop. Really, it's not a prop. So maybe I'll just look it up in their documentation, like you gave me the link to. And they are screwing with my back button. Yeah, so children. Let's see what the documentation says. Type user setting children elements. Oh, okay. But that's what I had, right? I mean, close enough. I can do that. Oh, I'm missing on dismiss. Is that the problem? That's probably what it is. Or that's one problem. Yes, I have to attach something here. So, yeah. Let's just do that. And on dismiss equals self.link.callback. Thank you for that follow. Message, what are we calling it? Depends on what were we doing here. Okay, so I was going through Redux to do it before. So yeah, I suppose we'll just do nothing for now. I'll plug it in later. Dismiss. So message type dismiss. Oh, hey, now it works. So maybe I could have used HTML here. That would have worked too, or not. Nope. It's magical. It's a magic prop. So yeah, thanks again, Favil. All right. What's wrong here? Do I have to clone the children? I do have to clone the children. Look at that. Doesn't that sound odd? Have to clone my children. And so I actually didn't need the link at all because we're using a prop instead. So drop the link. Update is unreachable. Change is reachable. We have no messages. It looks good to me. All right, then back to here. Back to login. We're leaking something. Oh, right, public. Okay, I guess that is going to compile finally. Compiling. Just scratching the surface of programming. Should I have imagination to go front end? No, you don't need imagination to go front end. Imagination helps when you're thinking about design work, like designing the layout of like where you put your buttons and what colors to use, but you don't need to have imagination to do front end. You can do the technical side, like hooking up buttons to do stuff. It just might not look very good. You might need to have like a helper to help you design the look of it. Yeah, I'm bad at drawing and art too, so my designs tend to look ugly as well. I think you just have to either accept that it's going to look ugly or find someone to help you either do the drawing and art for you or have them teach you. Or I guess the third alternative is you could, while you're learning programming, or while you're practicing programming, you could practice your art as well. You're listening to my soothing voice. All right. Trying to figure out what you did wrong in your code. Well, maybe by me getting my stuff to work, it'll magically make your stuff work, Manez. How did you start to understand lifetimes? Lifetimes are really confusing for me as well. Where I started to understand lifetimes, I think the key for me was realizing that self, when it's borrowed like this, for example, that the lifetime, how do I say this? Lifetimes come into existence whenever you pass references to things. And the compiler will try to find a solution for a constraint problem, really. So every time you have a reference passed in, you're adding a new kind of constraint. Sometimes the compiler can't solve all the constraints on its own. These are either it's ambiguous or what it'll try just doesn't fit. And so you have to attach lifetimes, and the lifetimes are a way to guide the compiler to construct compatible lifetimes. So think of a lifetime as how long the reference lives. So like by default, when you only have one reference you're passing in, the lifetime of that reference is just for the function call, right? But if that reference can somehow escape by ending up in the return value, then the reference lifetime needs to be longer. So it depends on how long is the return value used for, right? And then if you have multiple references, if like I had a other string, right? Now these are they the same lifetime? Are they different lifetimes? So it depends on like if I take that other and I put it into the return value, or if I store it in self, then obviously the other will live longer than the reference itself, right? So Rust will try to figure that stuff out, and so sometimes you'll get away with not annotating lifetimes, but when it can't figure it out, you have to kind of figure it out for it. You have to start thinking, well, how long do these references live for? In terms of what lives the longest and what lives the shortest, and you put them in order, right? Really wants to keep it clean. Yeah, well, it wasn't always that way, but the cleaner it is, the easier it is to understand and read. But let me give you a concrete example of something I figured out a little bit ago. It was in my server code in the worker. So I have a HTTP client, right? And the HTTP client is borrowed, right? And I'm going to do something with that HTTP client. I'm going to connect to things using that HTTP client, right? But the connection is asynchronous. The work is actually put into this futures thing. It's kind of hard to show it, but eventually it'll be like, get a future from, where is it? Where does this future come from? Right. Okay, it's unimportant. Just realize, just assume that when we use this HTTP client, making the connections is asynchronous, and so the asynchronous work items are things that will need to be executed in the future, which is roughly what a future is in Rust. And so they get stored into this vector of work items, and work items are just boxed futures. So anyway, conceptually, because the work might need to use the HTTP client, the work item needs to live longer than the HTTP client's reference. So basically this says, oh no, it's the other way around. This reference to the HTTP client has to live at least as long as a work item. So A is at least as useful as B, or A is at least as much as least as long as B, says that this reference will live at least as long as these items live. And if I didn't do that constraint, I get problems where Rust is like saying, well, it might not live long enough. But adding this extra constraint basically says this lives well, I should say it this way. The HTTP client lives at least as long as each work item. That's what this is saying literally to the compiler. So think of it that way. Think of these lifetimes as saying like how long that borrow will last. This constraint saying that this borrow will live at least as long as this, might be the same or might be longer, because it can't live less. The HTTP client reference can't live less than the work item because the work item holds on to the HTTP client reference. Another way to think about lifetimes is if you don't use references, you'll never have to worry about it. So the tongue-in-cheek solution for avoiding lifetimes is use clone liberally. So if I made my HTTP client clonable, I would just clone it, put it into the work item, and I wouldn't need either of these references, either of these lifetimes, right? If work held onto a clone of my client, then it doesn't matter. These lifetimes are completely independent now, right? So yeah, if you don't use references and you only use copies and clones, you don't have to worry about it. I'm in the state of mind where I'm repeating myself. I apologize. But I hope that made some sense. As hard as it is to understand lifetimes, it's even harder to explain it. So what I'd recommend doing, Outplayed, is to check out John Hu's stream and his YouTube videos. He made a YouTube video series called The Crust of Rust, and one of those videos talks about lifetimes. Crust of Rust lifetimes. I guess this is it. No, there were several of them, right? Lifetime annotations. What's this thing? Go away. Is it this one? Is this the right one? This might be the right one. Or it might be this. Well, this is someone else. I don't know this person as well. I'm going to guess it's this video.
Hello, everyone. I saw the Rust server.
I didn't mean to play the video. Just Google search Crust of Rust lifetimes. Rust is highly performant, but it doesn't require you to tidy up memory. It does require you to tidy up memory, but the way it tidies up memory is largely handled by the types that are provided to you by the compiler and by the standard library. So you can think of it as they've done the work for you in the standard library, and you just use that and you'll be good. You can still manually deal with memory, though, if you really wanted to, but most people don't. Oh, no problem, Jack. That's one of the reasons why I'm streaming, is that it goes two ways. Chat helps me out, so I try to help out chat. Going to stream Crust of Rust on company time now. That's good for us. That's good. It's great that Amazon lets him do that. All right, I was going to test this now, right? Log in. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, we're missing the glitch thing. I can fix that. That is simply just a file. It hasn't even copied it over. So that's in static, I think. Public? Yeah. The glitch. This needs to be copied to the static folder of the new app. Now it should show up, right? There's the glitch. All right. See how that works now? Actually, we should do a console message to make sure it's actually working. Okay, that didn't work. Probably because I'm not handling any updates, right? Yeah, I'm not handling any updates. I need to fix that. Yeah, we're not doing anything with the updates, so we need to do something with them. Match. I like to spell this out actually. I don't understand why anyone would abbreviate that. Match message. Fill. All right. So what do we do first? How about these easy ones like toggle persistent login? That's just self dot persist login equals not self persist login. And let's just assume we're always gonna render. Toggle show more options is self dot show more options equals not self show more options. And then we can do these things too, right? Backup OTP is self dot backup OTP equals backup OTP. Do this one too. Self dot logging in with password is true. Name or address. Self dot name and address equals name or address. This is password. Self dot password equals password. Self dot show. Okay, we don't want to handle this one yet. That's password reset. I'll do that later. In fact, you know what I'll do for now is say we're gonna do that later. Log in with Twitch I'll do later, maybe tomorrow, because that'll be fun. Dismiss. We'll handle that very soon, but not at the moment. I just want to see this working. Recompiling. How long have I been going? Almost 6 hours? Yeah, we're getting to the point where, like, I'll need to take a break to eat. Log in. There we go. It's starting to work. Interesting. So, was that in the original UI that you could do that? Oh yeah, it was. I didn't remember doing that. Can I go a negative? I can, but I can't type anything that's not numeric. Okay. And that worked. See that? So now we know it's actually getting it from state, because when I toggle it in one place, it toggles it in the other place. ABC 1 2 3 login. Okay, so there it does post, but it's not post. It's doing a default submit, which is just to reload the page. So we're missing the submit on the form, which we have to figure out how to do that. I don't know how to do the form submit yet. Thank you for the follow. Decimals should pass, but it's a 6-digit code. Actually, we should have it limited to 6 digits, or actually no, it could be more than 6. So I guess we'll leave it. I need to figure out how to do a form in U, and Andy gave me a link earlier. Maybe I just take a peek at that. This one. Let's just see how they do it, and then we'll just kind of learn from it. They have an example? No? How about just looking at form? Alright. It's a little small. Let's make it bigger. Oh, why did they do that? It's commented out. Weird. Why is it commented out? Is this like a work in progress? Or did this get refactored and they left behind some code? Yeah, we don't see how they actually formed the DOM yet. Okay. So what am I looking at? Lib? What's that? I don't know. It's not in form, so where would it be? Model? Did I guess correctly? Form value, validate. These are just all traits. This is a super trait. Then I don't get how this is used. Not necessarily helpful, but it was, well, go to the top of the repository, they probably say to map and validate a model to a form. Okay. So yeah, maybe we just have to go up and look down and see how this works. Yeah, but how do you make the HTML view? I think that's what's this not helping me. Examples? All I really want to see is how do they do an HTML, a form in the view. Okay, here we go. They have a form here. How does it work? They just have form. They don't have any props filled in for form. That's disappointing, because that's no more than I have. So how does this work then? How does that work? Oh. That's how it works, right? I see. It's the forms model. Okay, that's not quite what I need. But thanks anyway. Out of curiosity, can I just search for the word form? I can. But there's nothing exactly called form. Like they had things called input, right? Input data. If I just look at their HTML module, what types do they have? Structs. That doesn't really help. I don't suppose that would help. vnode. What's a vnode? Okay. To the search engine we go. form. Rust form. I mean, how do we tell it? Is it if you put it in double quotes, it has to be in the search results? See, it's not showing up in the search results all the time. Like, this probably doesn't have anything to do with form. Okay, so they do have form, but they don't actually have a form. Fair enough. I just wanted to handle, I wanted to see an example of handling onSubmit. Like, what type is needed for onSubmit? I guess I could just put in a bogus type and it should tell me something, right? Hold on. In React, it was onSubmit. I'm guessing it's just onSubmit. Yeah, but what do I put here? What if we put something bogus like unit? It should tell me what type is needed, right? Focus event. It expected a callback focus event. Interesting. There's an actual bug for it. That does help, Andy. Thank you. So this is why I stream, because you guys are so wonderful. You like find stuff for me. To handle for me a message for each input. Yeah, I'm already doing that. Real world example. Where's the view? So we probably need to do the same. I think we did the same thing in React too, right? This onSubmit had a prevent default. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's fair, that we get an event and we just do the prevent default and do whatever we want with it, right? And that's what they do down here. Okay, I'm just going to go with that. So this would have self.link.callback message.login, I think. Let's put the class and on submit on different lines. This is too ambiguous for me. Let's say login with password. Login with password. Okay, cool. Add missing match arm. Login with password. Okay. Okay, actually, I need to do a little bit more than that, right? I need to do a prevent default. So let's put the E in here and say E cheating by looking at how they did it. Prevent underscore default. And that is not good. Why? Type annotations are needed. Really? Why are type annotations needed for that? They didn't need it. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I can put a bogus type in here. Actually, it told me what the type was, right? How did I find? I found that out by doing what? What did I do again? I guess I can just put a unit there and see the error. Yeah, it wants a focus event. I don't know. Okay, we'll just say call it a focus event. Fine. Is it non-ambiguous for you now? Why did I have to say it was a focus event? I don't know. But now it's happy. That's the wrong kind of event, isn't it? Why? Why you do this to me, you? There is no focus event. But there is. Is it just not documented? No way. So they just don't document it? Oh, there it is. How come we couldn't find it? Oh, because it's in WebSys. Oh, it's re-exported from WebSys. Okay. All right. Actually, I wonder if that's where all the stuff is defined, like from form anyway. So what if I follow that link and look for form? Go to latest version. Now, do they have a form? They almost do. Form data. There's too many things. I think it's this one. And it probably has an on submit, right? That's the submit, but okay, how do they handle events for this thing? Who knows? Here I'm diving down to the rabbit hole with this. I don't exactly know how this maps. I don't know how the UHTML macro deals with, like, how does it know on submit? This doesn't help because I can't look for it. If I could look for it, like, if I could type on submit and have something show up, that would be nice, but nope, no results. Try and DuckDuckGo? Maybe. I think we'll just go with this and see what happens. I wonder if it's debuggable. So can we say submit gave us a E? I got it. Use log info for that. Okay, so we can at least see what they gave us. All right, let's see. The experimental way, right? Wait, what's this? Oh, this thing. Whenever you get this where, like, the get for the WebAssembly is not found, I've discovered that that is due to Webpack not actually rebuilding its whatever it does for index or something. And so I have to re-invoke Webpack. And now it should work. There it goes. Okay. Log in. ABC123. Log in. Okay, we got a focus event, UI event, event, object, submit event. So is it that the submit event is a kind of focus event? Because probably there's no such thing as a submit event. Yeah, there's no such thing. But maybe they're one and the same. Focus event submit. Let's see. Nope. How about submit event? Okay, that's weird. Where's the type hierarchy? Interface submit event. That's weird. Focus event just looked like a different kind of event. Yeah, it's a UI event, but what's weird is I was expecting to see this graph for submit event and I didn't see it. Right, it's missing, right? Where's the hierarchy? Maybe is this not a subtype of UI event? If we could like list subtypes of UI event here, that would be. There's related pages, and submit event is missing, notoriously missing. I don't know. That's weird. What if we do a search for you, Rust, focus, event, submit event? You would think that someone would have asked a question about this before, right? I don't see anything. I should do what Andy was doing before and search their GitHub issues. Submit event. 2 closed ones. Ah, look at that. Someone already asked the question. Let's see what they said. Yep, someone tried it. See, you're never the first person. So back in July of last year, someone was where I am today and was like, where the heck is submit event? Look, they even did like neat little screenshots. Submit event only exists in standard web. If you're using WebSys, the appropriate type is focus event. See global event handlers on submit. Okay, but what does this have to do with focus event? Why would they say that? Okay. But the new documentation isn't deployed to URS yet. Okay. Hopefully better documentation for event types soon. Okay, there can only be hope. We can only hope. Should I one-up this one? I'm not logged in here. Maybe later. Should definitely make a note about this. In U, there is no submit event. There is only focus event. Don't know why AutoMod had a problem with that. We are dealing with submit, form submit, and the focus event interface represents focus related events. Yeah, they don't seem related, but apparently, for some reason I don't quite understand, the appropriate type is focus event. I don't know. I could put a comment here saying, or asking, what does submit event have to do with focus? Yeah. I wonder if I just changed my query a little bit. Did I? Okay, new window, many windows. What if I do WebSys submit event, focus event? Their documentation won't help because it's auto-generated, right? If I do this, we're not going to learn anything. It's just going to point us back to MDN. So I'm just looking for someone asking it about WebSys, really. And like someone should say like, oh, well, I was expecting them to say, well, they have the same prototype, so we just have the type in one place, just use that. Yeah, I know. You're right, Greed. That's why I'm hoping to find more information somewhere else. When you get down to the Chinese results, though, you know, you're kind of at the end of the web. The U framework in WebSys is sort of a small niche thing that we're not going to find a whole lot of stuff about it. I think the best I could do is comment on this saying, I ran into this today, and I was confused because it didn't seem like these had anything to do with each other. Could you please explain more? Should we just do that? Let's do the right thing here, since there's really no other forum we could find for it. So here's a window where I'm actually logged in, and I can actually ask it. Say, I ran into this same misunderstanding today. And I'll quote misunderstanding today. I'm confused because it seems to me that the event generated by submitting a form has little, if anything, to do with focusing. Right? Double check your versions too, make sure you're not on some used stuff from 2020. I am on the latest version of you mean check in the what the documentation I was reading in? Yeah, we're in 0.17.4, that's the latest. So I don't know. Yeah, that's the closest we could maybe reason, is that clicking the button focuses on it, but it's sort of weird, right? I don't think there's any harm in saying I ran into it today and I'm confused. And I'll say it would be really cool if it would be really cool if you should I say you, second person? I can say, well, how do I say this? In the most diplomatic way possible. Ran into this same misunderstanding. I'm confused because it seems to me that the event generator submitting a form has little, if anything, to do with focus. Is there an easy explanation, or is there? I don't know how to ask this diplomatically. Because you want to be nice so that they have a higher chance of answering, right? Shouldn't with WTF? That would be an example of a non-diplomatic way of asking. Okay, they do say see that. Maybe I should say something about it. I don't see anything in there about focus. Yeah, maybe I should mention that? There's nothing. If I search for the word focus, am I going to see that? Okay, it's on the left there. But that's it, right? Maybe I should say I looked at that page and I didn't see anything about focus. The event type is the same as the JavaScript type in most cases when using WebSys. Yeah, but that still doesn't have anything to do with focus event. All right. I'm in the wrong window. What, the one with my context in it? There we go. We're in the same as blah blah blah. I want to say the global event handlers, the global event handlers dot on submit MDN documentation doesn't mention focus. However, it might just be some, I don't know, missing knowledge on my end that how do I say this? Doesn't mention focus. However, it might be some missing knowledge on my end that. How about I reword it this way? However, it might just be something a more experienced web developer would associate intuitively. I'd really appreciate a bit more. I'm terrible at English. I'd really appreciate a bit more info on the subject. Thanks. Okay, I ran into the same misunderstanding today. I'm confused because it seems to me that the event generated by submitting form has little, if nothing, to do with focus. The global event handler on submitting documentation doesn't mention focus. However, it might just be something a more experienced web developer would associate intuitively. I really appreciate a bit more from. Okay, yeah, exactly. There. It is out. All right, so now I've completely overdealt with this problem. We just know that it happens to be a focus event. And also, for some reason, Rust doesn't intuitively know it. It says that it needs a type annotation. So it needs me to tell it that it's a focus event in order for us to call prevent default. I guess if I didn't call that, it wouldn't care, right? What happens if I do this and not prevent default? Actually, I'm interested what happens now. What it's going to give us. Now that I'm not calling prevent default, what do we actually get? Let's see. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. ABC, 1, 2, 3. Okay, it flashed something and then it reloaded. That's unfortunate. Yeah, but how do I prevent it from loading without doing this, which then causes me to annotate the type? Like, callback is generic, right? So, oh, actually, you know what I can do? I can do a, I can call something that needs, no, I can't. Like, when it's, getting the type by inference, you can really screw it up just by using it using it more than, I'm using it here as a trait object, right? This only requires that it support the debug trait, and it's like a trick for me to get it to reveal its true type. But the moment I try to lock it down with a method, then it's going to monomorphize to a type that has that, which is why when I do this, I think what it's telling me is it needs type annotations because there's more than one type that can have that. I suspect that that's the reason why they're saying focus event. You could probably put anything in here that's compatible that has a prevent default method on it because it's dynamic. So what's another thing that has like what other kinds of events are there? I bet we could pick almost anything that has a prevent default. In fact, maybe if I even search for prevent default in not you, but in WebSys, probably anything would fit there, right? Anything that derives from a UI event. So what has a prevent default? Event. So I could probably just call it an event and it would still work, right? Wait a minute, no? So event doesn't work as is. No, it expects explicitly a focus event, but why? Does it have to do with where that's declared in you, maybe? That's my guess. Can I search use source code? Search use source code. Oh, I was doing that before. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Where was that? Where is this? Event types. Oh, there's a special section in their documentation for event types, and I didn't see it. Where are we? HTML docs concepts HTML. What? Oh, it's not in their documentation. It's in their homepage. All right, so let's go back out. I should have had that in a separate tab anyway. Here. So they have a concepts events somewhere. Concepts, HTML elements. There we go. And they have an event type. Here we go. So they have a table here. So on submit is a focus event for some reason. Who knows why? My guess is that they just picked something that had the same signature. Even though it has nothing to do with focus, probably a focus event and a submit event work the same way. Maybe they're too lazy to make a submit event type in WebSys. But it should be more than in here. It should be elsewhere, right? Interesting. Okay, so these are all MDs. Here's an RS. Listener set, living standard. Interesting. This is collected into a hash set. Okay, that doesn't really help. Okay, here we go. I found it. That's where it's specified. So we could actually change you to put the correct type here if we wanted. There was only one entry next to it in the table. The table, well, it's kind of hard to see. Where did it go? Here it is. This other column is the old standard web. WebSys is the one you want to use. That's like the newer library. So there's only one type in each one, and the submit in WebSys is focus event for some strange reason. In the older library, it was the correct type. And that's okay. It's a good thing to check. We extract the form from the focused element. Really, the only reason I want the event is to prevent the default behavior anyway, right? So this is all just a big excursion to understand it a little bit better. Wow, look at all these windows I have open. Oh, because I'm in the wrong editor. Really, it was just to understand why this had to be a focus event, which actually, you know, what's really strange is if it's specified here, then why do I need to give it a type annotation? Isn't that really weird? Makes me think there's something else going on. Anyway, it's a focus event because they made it so. I'm guessing because there is no alternative? I don't know. Who knows? I'm going to move on. Let's move on. Spending entirely too much time on that and not... what happened here? Reload, I guess? Weird. Login. ABC, 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, we're not doing anything in the handler, right? Close that. Scroll. Okay, I don't need info anymore. Yeah, it's all marked to do, right? Let me make dismiss work. That should be easy. So this back button, right? Oh, that shouldn't have done anything. Wait a minute. Oh, did I hit save and it just reloaded? That must have been it. Okay, yeah, hitting the back button doesn't do anything yet. And we need to have it go up to the top, right? So we'll need a prop for that. I don't have props yet, so let's add them. Props. Now, I don't have any props for that, but I'll have to pass them through, right? So I'll need a prop at this level as well. Okay, so then, yeah, I'll have to provide it here. On dismiss, I guess, is a callback with no arguments. Import from you, not qualify. Okay, and then we can pass that along, right? On dismiss equal dismiss is self.props.onDismiss. And that's not going to work until I add the prop here. Not here. In login. So let me do that. Grab that. Go to login modal. Which one's first? Which comes first, props or message? Props comes first. Paste. All right. So we have our callback. I need to associate the type. Oh, do I already have props? Wait. How did that? Did I fill that in and just forgot that I did? That must have been what I did. Properties. This tends to happen when I get to, what am I at? 6.5 hours. I start to get a little bit incoherent. What time is it? It's just about 5 o'clock. Yeah, let me end soon. So what I'll probably do I'll probably finish this tomorrow, which is to few of the UI things to wrinkle out, but the actual backend stuff of logging in, I think I'll do tomorrow, and along with the game command processing. So I did a bunch of the game state and I did a little bit of the front end. So yeah, I ended up doing about half of what I said I'd do. So probably tomorrow is just going to be wrapping this up if I don't do it tonight. So let me just, I want to get the dismiss button in there though. So self.props.on, don't have an on submit. Oh no, I never added it. Dang it. Props needs to be stored. We need to hold on to our props. Props goes there. Then we can say self props on dismiss emit unit. And then change will want to actually update the props. We probably don't need to render because the only place we use props now is in update. But I'm afraid of accidentally leaving that false and then using props in the view, and then that causes it not to redraw the view. So I'm going to leave that true even though it's not necessary. And let's just see if it works. Errors. What error? Oh, here. Yeah, we didn't provide an on dismiss. Okay, so which one and then on dismiss. Self.link.callback. Unit, right? And then message dot dismiss modal. Yeah. All right, and then we need a message for that. Dismiss modal. And then that's a new arm for update. And hit the wrong key again. Fill match arms. Dismiss modal. We don't have a modal stack right now, we just have a single modal, so we do self which modal equals none. I think that's it, right? Oh no, there's another error in modal. Cannot move out. Oh, but we can clone a callback. Callbacks are neat because you can clone them. This is getting a little too horizontal. In fact, can I At the risk of being excessively vertical, I'll do that. New chat style. Hey there, A squared. Did you just get here, A squared? Welcome back. Yeah, this is the hacker style. Reload. Login. Back. Hey, look at that. It works. Check it out. It's not going to remember state like that, though, because in order for it to remember that state has to be higher up in the chain. Because once we dismiss it, it actually destroys that modal. So any information I put in here gets lost when I hit back. It's lost. You said hi a while ago, but then this has disappeared? I see. Working on your really low-level development and currently in the AMD manuals. Wow. I remember going through Pentium manuals when I was making a little toy operating system for the x86 or the 8386. That's pretty low level. Now you have to return to learn about the focus event conclusion. Well, we'll just monitor that thread. Where did I put it? This one. No, not this one. Is it this one? No. This one. So I commented here. So just follow this issue. And you'll learn. Hopefully we'll get an answer from the devs. Maybe I'm just being stupid. I figure if I was being really stupid, someone in chat would correct me. But I don't think anyone did, unless I missed the chat, in which case I'd feel really bad. GDT is awful. It seems like it exists for legacy reasons only, and it's ignored except for when it isn't. Huh. And now it's x86-64. My knowledge of low-level Intel processors ended at Pentium. It was like 8586 or 8680. X80 is 8686 was the last one I remember. Okay. These links don't do anything. The login's going to submit the form. So the form validation works. It's going to submit the form, but we're not doing anything with it. Login with Twitch doesn't do anything with it. But, okay, so I got the view working. It's correctly graying it out, and transitioning to and from the modal is working. So tomorrow what I'll do is, the only thing left I need to do with the front end is collect the username and password, and when you hit login, actually trigger a connection to the server that when it gets connected, we would send our username and password in a normal player login procedure, similar to how I do the admin. So I can just show how we do for the admin for now. That it was in the sitting outside one, right? There's a callback provided on login as admin, which goes back up here, right? Login as admin. Oh, right. I had rigged this so at the moment we start playing the game, we log in as admin. So this logic is going to have to move eventually too, because we're going to want to reuse the playing activity for even when we're not logging in as admin. Yeah, I remember this. The way it worked is on, what was it, on create? I think, was it on new props? Yeah, on new props, we would start connecting to the server. So I'll need to do the same thing for the normal login procedure, only this start connecting to server, when it gets connected and comes back, instead of authenticating as an admin, we would want to authenticate as a player. So yeah, this, how does this come back as? I guess that's notification opened. Yeah, message opened. Yeah, so what I'm doing here now is sending the admin ID message. So instead we would send a new kind of message which doesn't exist yet. It'd be something like login, username, string, password, string. So I'll be adding that tomorrow, sending it roughly from here, depending on if we're logging in as an admin or not, and see how it goes. And then I need to do the back end of it, which is a little bit more involved, because rather than just checking a key, we have to actually make sure the leader gets the message, and the leader actually has to concatenate the login request as a game command. Game command. There isn't any game command yet, but conceptually you would have, this would be an enum, and then you have something like login here. And it would have a little bit more than the, you still have the username and password. We'd also need to know which server they're connected to, so server ID, and then we'll need to have the concept of the client ID. I think I already have that, but yeah, it'll be like this, and then this gets then replicated across the cluster, and then once it gets committed to the cluster, then we do the check to see if the password hashes correctly, and if it does, then they get logged in. In fact, they get logged in every single server on the cluster. It's just that since we remember who they were and what server they're connected to, only if your server ID matches your own ID do you actually send a response back to the client. And then I need to do the log out. In fact, I need to do the log out first, because the game state might start with someone logged in from a previous incarnation of the server. So we have to handle like log everybody else out. Okay, now log in and then log out. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. For now, though, this is just going to stay a blank struct. Thank you for all the follows. I appreciate it. I'm going to go find someone to raid because I got to take a break now. I suppose we'll leave it on this screen while I'm looking. Looks like WebSys is auto-generated from WebIdeal files. WebSys repo is most listed under WebIdeal is enabled, but submit event WebIdeal is not there. It's used in the Mozilla repo under DOM, which is why it appears in their docs. Interesting. I'm glad that you had fun dipping into Rust. We'll be doing this again next time. Perfect opportunity to go raid Chris Griffin, I think, because I can ask him about the contrast thing. If he's already has an answer for me. So we're going to be raiding CM Griffin. He made the Stream Parrot overlay that I use for chat, and he's actually working on it right now. So, hey, let's go hang out in his channel for a while. Raid. I should actually start the raid earlier so that I don't have to wait. There we go. I'm kicking it off. So, Chris Griffin is an expert web dev. He does it for a living. He's done it for longer than I have. So he knows the ins and outs of JavaScript and all other kinds of front-end web tech. So I hope you enjoy his channel. Just be aware it's a little bit more mature audience. So just letting you know in advance, just in case. And I guess I will see you next time, whether that's tomorrow or the next day, I'm not sure, but hope you stay well until then. See ya. Thanks for being here. Bye.